Welcome to the first one-shot for the die rolls, also known as a la carte rolls, where we take small snippets of the main campaign and bring in some fresh faces. Some of them you may notice from the stream himself, but finally get into play, and try to add a little bit extra flavor to the world. Today we have Zane, also known as The Mood. We have Mr. Jordan Reed, who is a local author here in Amarillo.
Hello.
And then we also have Mr. Daniel Herman, correct? Harmon, my apologies. The owner and proprietor, correct? Of the Adventurers Guild of Amarillo. Which, speaking of starting off, we'd like to give our associative partners over at the Adventurers Guild of Amarillo a big shout out. You should see their information popping up on the screen right about...
Finding it. There.
Now.
I'm new at this.
You'll have their number right at the top of the screen, as well as their location here in Amarillo. If you find yourself in the city, please feel free to stop by. Let them know that the Dire Rolls sent you. You can check out their Facebook and Facebook community pages, as well as we have it listed there at the bottom of the screen for you, as well as you can find them on eBay. Make sure to give them a check out there. And hey, even if you're out of town and for some reason you don't like using technology past the cell phone, you can always give them a call, and I'm sure they're willing to take your mail-in orders and even mail it back right out to you. Next up on the shout-outs, we'd like to let Mr. Reed here talk about his new book.
Hi, I'm Jordan Reed. I'm a local author in Amarillo, and I am publishing a PI investigation story set in a fantasy world. So, if you like the feeling of Sherlock Holmes, but you can't stand his personality and you want some magic thrown in, pick up my book. You can find it on Amazon, you can find it on the Blue Handle Publishing website, and you can find it in physical or ebook form.
All right, and that's the Wizard's Brew, correct?
Yes.
All right. Make sure to check it out. I'm sure it's an amazing read, and I'm waiting for a copy to come in the mail.
Yes, it releases May 24th, but pre-orders are still available.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Thank you.
And let's go ahead and hit that intro. And we are back. Now then, we find ourselves taken a little bit further back in time, just before all the insanity from the main campaign taking place. We find three entrepreneurs of their lives making their way up to the upper city ring, to what most would call a mansion, but those in the Undercity may call a legal front for laundering. Coming up to the gate, we see a finely dressed half-elven gentleman with an amazing smell about him. He makes his way up to the gate guards, just two simple human guards hired by the noble who's looking for a little extra money, or a little extra muscle to give some money to. Name?
Elor. Unexpected.
Elor. Ah, I see you responded to the call for help.
Yes.
Perfect. Nice to meet you, Elor. If we could get you to sign here.
I take it and I sign it and I hand it back.
All right, thank you. With that, he tucks it underneath the desk, kind of out of your view, and the gates begin to open. You hear a button being pushed, small buzz afterwards, a few gears whirring, and the gates themselves begin opening for you. Please make your way straight up the drive. It's only about a 10-minute walk, and open to the front door.
Thank you very much. Left hand rests on his two scimitars as he makes his way down to the house, or the mansion.
As you pass, there's a fairly covered by your perfume, but you can faintly smell the wilderness not far behind you as the gates close and you make your way forward. As a frontier-looking gentle orc makes his way up to the two men standing guard. Quickly taken aback, as they were not expecting to see such a rough gentleman appearing in the upper ring. The second guard is the first one to kind of swallow what was trying to come up after eating lunch. Can we help you, sir?
Yeah. I was told to be here.
Please state your business, as you can kind of tell he's a little hesitant talking to you right now.
I'm Dern Hammerhands of the Hammerhands tribe.
Okay. Your business for being here?
I was told to be here.
Okay, let me check the list. And he pulls up the paperwork and... Okay, you are on the list. Please... And you can tell he's like trying to keep his body a little bit further back as he's sliding the paperwork across the wooden bar of the... You need to sign that.
It's signed.
Okay, as he like gives a cautionary glance to the first guard, and the first guard just kind of putting his hands up like, you're the one who handed it to him, you gotta take it back. He goes, thanks. And just kind of shakes it a bit outside of the hut and then puts it underneath the table. You hear the button click, gears whirring as the gates open for you. Just,
And just start, without even waiting for him, just start walking in.
who are they hiring nowadays? I don't know. But we're not the ones signing the checks. As the gate begins closing behind you, you do hear the faint sound of plate hitting plate as the gates close. Walking up to the guards post, they seem a bit more relaxed as they see a Drake police officer making his way up to the booth. The first guard, just a bit easier to talk with as the second one is still going, trying to regain his composure. Welcome, officer. What can we do for you today?
I was here for some call of help.
I guess needing some extra work in off-duty hours?
Yeah.
Fair enough. I shall not ask any more further questions. If I could please get you to sign this, and he slides the paperwork to you with an inkwell pen.
He signs it.
Thank you, sir. It'll be about a 10-minute walk up. As he's telling you this, he hits the button. You hear the click, gears whirring as the gates open. About a 10-minute walk straight forward, the door will be open for you.
Alright. Let's just talk.
And as you go, gates finally shut behind you, and you can see a couple others walking a bit ahead of you. You can see there's one person entering the house who you would assume noble by clothing.
Yeah.
However, one of these things is not like the other, as there's a much larger figure, roughly about a 2-minute head start from you up the way.
Yeah.
As you enter the door, you're greeted by what looks to be Ken, a half-elf butler. Welcome. I'm assuming you're here for the job.
Yes. Are we meeting in the parlor, or are we meeting, having dinner for the discussion?
You will be meeting in his reading room,
His reading.
and then we shall have further plans from there.
Did he mention wine being served?
More than likely. He
More than likely.
doesn't very enjoy his meals without a perfectly paired wine.
Perfect.
And he welcomes you in, and as he's ushering you in, as it's taken a bit of time for the talk, the smell is now starting to get a little bit more than what your perfume is normally meant to cover, as you can see the butler trying to maintain his composure, trying to keep his professionality as he has with so many other hired guests. Is this one of your compatriots? As you see an orc behind you.
I speak to you in Orcish. Are you here for the job also, or are you the owner of the establishment?
Job.
Job. I look forward to working with you.
You are tiny.
And as this exchange comes to this point, the both of you do hear the fairly moderate-paced clapping of metal plate on plate as you come across one man smelling of fine roses and the other one smelling of fine fertilizer. I'm assuming you're here for the position, again, with him trying his best to keep a professional face.
Just, yeah.
Thank you, officer. If you could this way, our fine maids shall show you to the reading room, and our master will be with you shortly. And he's holding the door open for you.
I just kind of brushed my way past him as I walked by.
As you brush past quickly, you can see him finally taking in a good breath of air. And as you walk in, there is a human female, roughly in her early 20s, and a another human female who looks to be roughly in her late 40s. You can tell that she's more than likely the matron maid, the one in charge of teaching the newer ones. She's the first to speak up as you come forward. She doesn't seem to react as viscerally as the butler attempted not to. More than likely, you can assume from her years of having to be the one to take care of children and other things that like to make plenty of messes.
Where's the chief?
It'll be right this way. And as the other two start following suit, the younger one first bows as a greeting, and she bows after, and starts walking up the staircase. As you enter further in, there's the grand hall that then leads to a major staircase that leads up to the second floor with viewing balcony, and then a major doorway essentially down the hall from the major staircase, which she then opens, the younger maid opening the other side, and what leads into what most would consider a well-stocked library. Welcome to the Master's reading room. Please make yourself at home with any of the furniture that you see in here, as well as if you would like it during your wait, you may read any of the texts that our Master has acquired over his years. And as the three of you enter, the youngest one bows again first, the older one bows, and they shut the door behind you.
I would like to start perusing the shelves for either religious history or just straight history books.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
That's let's see, investigation, that's going to be a 17.
17. So the first thing that you can tell is it is categorized by fiction and nonfiction, and then it's categorized thereafter by alphabetical order. So you can find it fairly quickly. You do find quite a few texts based on religion, some based in politics. You do find some fairly interesting local history books regarding Dragool, the capital, as well as Drake, the country itself.
I start taking note of some of the history of Dragool.
Dragool? Okay. So you open the book. Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check. This is going to be how quickly you're reading it.
That's a intelligence. Do I add my intelligence modifier?
Yes.
That'll be an 18.
18. Yeah. You are burning through this book almost as much as a child trying to get as many points during the Scholastic Book Fair, or for the Scholastic Book Fair. You quickly, within the time frame, while he's reading this, y'all will have your chances to do stuff as well. But essentially, your time right now is taken up reading this book. You find that Dragool itself, the capital, was founded when a gold dragon had won a major battle. It goes into the different beliefs of what happened, kind of as footnotes, but essentially it just tells you that a gold dragon was the first king of Dragool, and therefore the first king of Drake, and had basically used the crater of the battle, which is the now plateau that the city's built on in the mountain, to form the city. And as a gold dragon was the one forming the city, many people flocked to it as a sign of safety in a turmoil time thousands of years ago. The city's wealth grew from there. As the safer a city is, the more prosperous it can grow. And with the safety of a dragon king, most people didn't dare try to attack the city. And then his influence grew from there. Later on, he dictated well-known figures to be the following kings, so that way he could then return to his proper duties of patrolling and protecting the island itself. And then it basically goes in from there, just talking of some influential figures as far as the history of the city goes, some of the major businesses that came, grew, and flourished, and then a few civil wars over the thousands of years that tried to threaten the city, but the city was able to quail it.
Okay.
So, as you see this half-elf eagerly digging into a book, almost you swear you might hear a page tear with how quickly he's flipping through it. What would our orc friend be doing?
I'm gonna find a big chair, go over to it, and creak into it and everything like that, and I'm just gonna kind of reach into one of my folds and pull some dried whatever meats and just
Okay.
watching the two of them.
So, you find essentially what everyone would know is kind of a reading chair, but to you just looks like a very comfortable chair. You may have seen these at a monastery or two, just kind of used as the older sects of leadership, using them as a nice, comfortable seat, but you were told to make yourself at home, so you find that seat and go, there's no hierarchy here.
Pretty much.
And the sound of chomping and chewing and ripping of dry meat can be heard. Mr.
Okay.
Officer.
So he's gonna immediately walk around the room and see if there's any like entrances or exits.
Okay. Roll me a perception check. Why are you
That was a 10. And negative perception is done. Do I have it? No, sorry. But
It's okay, no worries. It's going to be alphabetical order on under skills.
yeah, just a 10.
A 10?
It's just a 10.
I mean, you can tell there's the entrance you came in. There is a couple windows towards the back that look like they're meant to push open, like door windows.
Yeah.
But that's just about all you can see as far as this room goes. Kind of a standard reading room.
Just a reading room with the window. He's going to just find a chair then after that and then just sit down. That's all he's going to do.
Okay. Are you going to sit closer, like, to one of the chairs in front of the desk in the reading room, or kind of one of the lounging couches?
Still on lounging couches.
Just
Finds it, just lays in.
Okay. So, roughly about 30 minutes pass before you hear the doors to the reading room creak open as a well-dressed gentleman enters to greet you. Hello, gentlemen. I see you have made quite a home of my reading room. As he looks at the books that you had pulled off, and you kind of reclined back into his reading chair and making yourself a nice little snack. And you looking as if you were getting ready to take a midday nap. Well then, if you could please join me at my desk as he makes his way and sits in his primary reading chair by the desk. And there's about 3 to 4 pretty sturdy oak padded chairs sitting in front of his desk.
I'm going to shut the book I'm holding, just lay it down, and then walk up to the chair but not take a seat. Instead, standing behind it, just kind of holding onto the back of it.
Okay.
Walk up and the one he's holding the back of, I sit down and
All right. You feel a bit of the oils from the fur on his pelts over his armor kind of go past your fingers as he sits.
So he's just gonna go sit at the other one of the chairs there. Just-
Okay. Do you want to sit in his lap? Or?
No, I'm not gonna just sit this way.
How? Keep in mind with his smell. How far close do you sit?
I mean, as he's lived in the other city, so he'd smell it, but it probably doesn't bother him as bad. But he still sits not as close.
So like a chair in between
Yeah,
you
just
two.
a
Okay.
chair between the two.
So as everyone takes their seats or leans on the seats.
Oh yeah, as soon as I feel his hands, I'm just gonna.
Oh yes, a massage.
Yeah, I'm gonna try not to break composure. Just
Just sit there and go.
The chair just. This isn't bothering me, not at all.
just.
How much of a clean freak is your character?
He's not a very big clean freak. He has a lot of puts on show, but he's more or less from the lower class. So he's used to bars, taverns, and
Okay.
basically he just dresses nice to look impressive.
Gotcha. I only asked because if he was super upper crust or like used to that life, I was gonna make you do a con save to.
I like the lifestyle.
Keep your composure.
Not from the lifestyle.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. So as each of you take your seat and he takes his hat off, sets it onto the little rack next to his desk, and starts to open up what looks to be a leisure book. He takes a second, looks around, makes sure the door to the study has been closed. Now then, I have a bit of an issue in town that is causing my business to be hurt. As a member of nobility, there's quite a few people who would like to see me knocked down a peg or two. I would like for the three of you to help make sure that it doesn't happen, at least for this day. There's been a lot of talk of some higher power outside of the city trying to lay claim to legitimate businesses here in town and is not taking much of a happy stance to anyone who opposes their economic rule over a city they don't even live in. So I'd like to hire you each with 50 gold up front now, and then 100 gold once everything's finished, and that is a piece. Plus, if you find any of the materials in my study appealing to yourself as well, you're more than welcome to take any book you see as prepayment as well, along with the 50 gold. Now, to the nitty-gritty of all of this. I have a few competitors that are essentially working with this out-of-town power, who are, in a sense, scared of this out-of-town power, and are willing to do anything to keep the status quo so they can supposedly keep their heads on their shoulders. I myself would like to keep my head on my shoulder, but I am not going to cower to someone who doesn't even live in our walls. As an officer of our town, I'm sure you can quite understand there's a lot of things that go wrong day to day. Just imagine if some out-of-city influence decided that they were to take control of the rule of our city.
I just do my job.
Exactly, and we wouldn't want anyone to be able to interrupt that, now would we? My Sir Orc, I take it from what I've heard you are a traveler. Now, with how things work in these walls, it doesn't necessarily apply to you as a world traveler. Except, if we allow for this power to take hold in Dragool, it's not long before they can take more control over Drake, and then influence the lands outside of the city. Outside of these walls, outside of this country. And we would like it to where travelers as yourself can freely roam, not just in our capital, but across the world itself. As I'm sure you have faced much misunderstanding for your kind as well as, for being frank, your scent. Though it does not show weakness, it shows that you are well traveled, and I can respect that. And we would like it to where you could freely come into our city, enjoy the goods, enjoy the sights, enjoy the food.
Big crowd.
Big crowd, yes sir. And my finely dressed gentle noble, are you from this area or where do you travel from?
I prefer to travel and travel light.
He's rubbing up. I'm assuming getting an itchy spot.
I'll actually, when he's rubbing, rub to one direction, I'll try pulling that hand free, and when he rubs the other, pull the other hand free.
Alright, give me a sleight of hand check and just give me a base dex check as you're trying to rub your back.
14.
Give me just a second. I'm not proficient, but I have jack of all trades.
Did you roll a 15
That would
on
be
dice?
half proficiency, so
Yes, 15,
Yeah.
half of 3,
that would be 1.
Yeah.
1, 16 plus. Do I add dex to this?
Do you have, so you would
It's
add
just
half your
your
proficiency and then your dex.
Okay, so 19.
So, as he's trying to rub on your hand to get an itchy spot, he's mainly just hitting the back of the chair as you're keeping conversation, but also moving your hands at the same time.
I want to enjoy the sights and the rich culture that one can find high and low. And I would hate to see this golden land with its golden lineage be tarnished by outside forces.
Well spoken, but are you sure you're set for this work? It's not one of political work, it's more hands-on, to say.
Aren't those the best types of jobs, where one can show their artistry at the craft they perfected?
Fair enough. As each of you have signed the waivers down at the gate, I trust that you know what you are doing being here today. Now, as I was saying, and as he begins to go back into the work for what he had brought you in for, could everyone make me a perception check, please? This one's specifically sound-based in case you get any advantages on it. You don't. If you get advantage on sound-based perception checks.
9. Okay.
Kind of 15.
9.
9,
17.
15, and 17. Okay. So you were listening a bit closer than the others. The two of you being more used to the rugged terrain of the world around you, and you being a cop, kind of more keeping an ear out for things beyond what's just in front of you. You can hear it's a bit muffled and distant from being up the way from the main road and in a house. But because of the window in the reading room, you can hear what sounds like voices raising, and you could swear that you hear monomobile, which is this world's cars, like think Model Ts. You could have sworn you just heard a car crash, but it sounds a little louder than just two people getting into a fender bender, as it sounds like multiple voices. You with your 17, you could tell that it's at least more than 8 people, which normally is more than what you've seen people do in a car.
Perception check being a cop.
You would get the understanding that there's a lot more voices than what's normally in a fender bender.
I just want to look up, like, can I look out the window? Do I see anything? Or are we far away from the window? I don't know how far away we are.
So, the gentleman who is hiring you, he got a total of 21, 19 on dice plus 2. So he's going to immediately cut off his conversation with you as he can hear some trouble going on outside. One moment, please. As you can see a bit of a concerned look on his face as he's not used to hearing this noise this far in the upper ring. As he creaks open the windows, the more noise comes in. At this point, you can even hear it. It sounds as if there's panic happening outside of his house. You can hear the screams of multiple people, cars spinning out. You can hear the sound of rubber screeching across concrete as what sounds to be essentially mass panic going on outside of the building. Is anyone running up to the windows?
I will. But he walks up to the windows. He doesn't necessarily climb.
Walk with a purpose.
Walk with a purpose.
Gotcha.
That's
I'll do it, but looking over his shoulder, so like not trying to get a great look, but in case anything happens, I have a shield.
Okay. So you're following behind at a safe distance.
Yes.
You have a
Fair
human
enough.
shield. Literally a human shield.
Stand right up, and as soon as I do, my hand slips down to my mace and unhooks it from its spot where it rides on my belt, and just instantly put that in my hand and then come to the window ready.
All right. So as you go towards the window, and are you at least kind of looking out towards the window? Are you opening it a bit more, or just looking at what he was looking?
I'm gonna open it a little bit more and look at the same time. We'll do both.
Okay. So as you kind of open up the other half of the window to get a better look yourself, and you're just kind of looking over his shoulder, you can see what looks to be, because it's another road that kind of leads behind his house that has some other businesses and everything. You can see that there's people running from what looks to be clerics and members of the local church of Plutus. But it's just the clothing. They don't look humanoid anymore. They have a human shape in a way, but some of them have open maws in their chest. Others have grown extra limbs or another head and are going after these people. As you take a look up through all this pandemonium, there is a golden sphere over the city that was created by the founder, that was used to normally keep out any undead fiend or any of the sort from entering their town. But the core of it has started to turn a pitch black as a almost black ink-like ichor begins dripping from it as the rings themselves have started to shut off and stop moving in their space. You hear what sounds as a huge crash as you make your way with your gaze towards the Capitol building itself, the King's Stay, as the roof comes breaking off. And as you read in the book, a golden dragon comes crashing through the roof of the Capitol building and makes its way towards this now black hole in the sky. As it gets closer, you can see this strange tiefling woman above it, simply letting out a small laugh that seems to echo past what even thaumaturgy would allow. As the golden dragon comes careening towards the sphere, the black ichor expands into tendrils, grabbing and grappling this dragon and dragging it into what looks to be a void of a maw, almost trapped in its own sphere of creation. Not long after, you see many other metallic dragons making their way towards it to trying to help defend the city, as you see these monstrosities flying into the sky, some made of flesh, others made of what can only be described as ink or almost void-like themselves. As the noble quickly turns around to you and goes, "A bit of a change in contract. I believe you gentlemen would like to make it out of this city currently. I know that I would like to live, and I'm sure each of you would like to be able to see another day. I shall go ahead and give you full payment before we leave, and if you get me out of this town, not only will I make sure that any business of mine will recognize you, but I will give you an additional 200 gold apiece. How does that sound? Your duty is to defend the people. Please help me on this. Back me up."
Fine.
"Well, I have the officer, my fine noble and my fine world wanderer. Would you please help me?"
I look out the window and I just kind of mumble to myself and I see the sky split and devour. And I turn like, I don't think I want to, I think the gold has been tarnished and I think it's time to go.
So, again, and I will make sure that you are renowned in my circle of people. I will make sure, as additional payment, will you please help me get out of the city?
I don't think I have much choice. I think you're also my escape from the city.
Ah, good, good. My fine world traveler.
People that I can see down and around with a car crash and everything like that. First
Mhm.
things first, I want to use Eyes of the Grave.
Eyes of the Grave? Okay,
It allows me to sense undead and everything of that nature.
perfect. What's the range on it? Because where that car crashed...
60 feet.
60 feet? Yeah. Okay, that's just enough because it was around his back side of the door. So it's kind of on that 50-foot range that you're starting to sense it. You get this half sense from the Plutus members. They seem to be both alive and dead. Their human half is what's ringing as still alive, but the extra gaping mouths and the extra appendages seem to be undead in origin themselves. As far as the body in the car itself, it doesn't seem to be reanimating and it's just dead.
Okay. Fine.
Perfect. Here, and he runs back to his desk, pulls open a drawer that essentially had bags containing the full payment, hands them to you right here, even looks at you and goes, you may keep that history book if you would like. It may become a relic depending on how everything goes.
When he says that, I'll slip in and I'm like, you may be correct. This may become a collector's edition.
Here's hoping not, but you never know. All right. If we make our way back down, I have a garage where we can take my monomobile and get out of here. And with that, he starts leading you down the major staircase. So he will be here. If everyone could put their mini in whatever line of order you're going in behind him. Or if you feel like you would have brushed past him, you may be
I'll
in
be
front
right
of him.
behind him because he's following him.
How wide? Seeing the others take up positions.
And I've probably already taken out my sword.
Of course, each of you can prepare however you need to, magic, weapons, what have you.
I'll pull out both my scimitars.
Okay. And you have just your gladius?
The
Or?
gladius and the revolver.
Okay. Alright, and you have your shield drawn as well? Okay. So, as you make your way down, you can hear what sounds to be banging on the doors. You see the butler wounded towards the front of the door, looking to have been missing an arm. Looks like it was ripped off. You can see the eldest maid, the matriarch maid, working to bandage his wounds to keep him from bleeding out. And then the younger maid freaking out at this point. She is all but catatonic, as she is hysterically crying next to the door. Master, you must make your way out of here, as the matriarch maid kind of gently but slightly firmly slaps him and says, you need to stop talking. You're losing blood and you need to conserve your energy. Master, please go. We shall maintain the manor. Go. The car has already been started for you. And with that, he just nods his head and bolts off to the right, as I'm assuming each of you keep your position next to him?
Yep.
All right. As you do, you can see some of the other house workers, some cleaning staff freaking out, moving off into different parts of the house. They seem to be grabbing materials that would normally be used for if a major storm was coming through, so wood to help board up a window for hail or anything that may come through. And they seem to be battening down the hatches as they can. The master keeps running through each of the different rooms, each of the hallways to make his way to the garage. As you do, it is a fairly grand garage. Looks like it could hold at least 10 monomobiles, and it looks like they're keeping it to the capacity. There's quite a few what could be considered early model monomobiles, as well as some more of the more modern souped up versions. One of which you see a car that you see him bolting to. As he does, I will need you, as you are an officer and more used to seeing the things around the city. Go ahead and make me a perception check as you're looking at the vehicle. And I'll give you advantage on this.
14.
14? Yeah. That's enough to see that the hood on the car has already been popped just a little bit,
Okay.
which normally you would assume them to be closed. So something's tampered with it recently.
He's gonna be like, let's not use that one.
And as you say that, he does stop. As you hear a and with that, he has reaction time to step back. As you hear, which then causes the engine itself to hit the magic manifold, which the magic manifold holds a reservoir for starting. And then as that ignites, it shoots off, and then you hear from all the other Manomobiles currently in the garage. Are you going to warn the others as you recognize what the sound is? And you two make an insight check as you can hopefully put two and two together.
I'm trying to think. Let's see.
Oh. Make an insight check then.
So, is there? Did I see? Is there
15.
anywhere to hide from?
Yeah, you can jump back into the building. 5.
Oof.
Yeah, you are just confused. You know that cars aren't supposed to just randomly
So-
explode.
He immediately turns around and says, "Get back in the building."
And
Point
you
of
can
his sword.
react just as well. Are you going to grab the noble?
Yep.
Okay.
Grab by, literally just pull him back into the.
Are you going to grab him who seems unaware
Yeah,
as well?
He's grabbing him too.
Okay, are you contesting his strength?
Nope.
Alright. So, as you are able to stop him, pull him back, I need you to, what's your strength?
18.
In your strength?
Mine is a 16.
16, yeah, you won't have to make strength checks for this. Just go ahead and do a dex check to throw basically yourselves and them back into the door from the entrance of the garage.
Oh, it's a net one.
A nat 1.
I was-
3. So, as introduced in our main campaign, if you roll a nat 1, you get what's called
I
the
get a
dire
plus
roll.
3.
Oh no.
The dire roll has a way of turning your natural 1 into an immediate success if you roll a natural 1 on it. If you roll a natural 20, it'll just be counted as a dirty 20 and you go from there. Anything in between will lessen or detriment yourself depending on how high or how low you roll on it. So, normally once we get a dire roll, we have a small chant that goes with it. Dire roll. Dire roll. Dire roll. Dire roll.
That's a
Oh.
12. So,
It's a 2.
as the two of you are doing your best to jump into the building, you are going to at least mitigate it as you were aware of it. Now, you can either do one of two things. Now, you have the benefactor in your arms. You can either choose to take half the damage, and he'll also take half damage, or you can choose to take full damage, and he'll be shielded. You have the same opportunity with the half-elf noble.
I'll take full.
Full?
I'll take full.
Okay. So, as the cars go off, you are pushed by the shockwave of heat back into the house, with the frame crumbling behind you. With that, you will take 1d8 of force damage and 1d4 of fire damage. So that is going to be 5 force damage and 4 fire damage. So 9 total.
Okay.
As you are pushed into the house from this and flipping forward. You can tell that the house itself seems to not be in as good a condition as whenever you were running through these halls, as you can see windows broken in, parts of the house itself, when that explosion went off, has crumbled in itself. Thank you for that. There's a back exit through my reading chambers. If we can make our way back up there, we can take a ladder down, and we have an exit gate that is normally kept private from the populace.
I turn to both of you, and I'm gonna cast Healing Word. Healing Word is a verbal component, so I'll just turn to both of you and I'll go. They say that heroes never die, and I see now why. And try healing you both for 1d4 plus. Let's see, spellcasting modifier.
Charisma.
3, so that will be 5 points of damage healed.
Okay.
Alright, so pretty much all that is on you is a bit of singe marks, as the force damage is kind of, those bruises heal up a bit. How does your poetic verbiage show off as the magic heals them?
As I talk, it starts as normal, and then the voice seems to becomes more wispy and musical by the end.
Okay. So poetic to lyrical.
Yes.
All right. And as this tone rings out in your head, you can feel the soreness from what was the original impact start to dissipate from your bodies. That was very nice. But if we can get past this bit of rubble, we can simply make our way there. This is just treated as rough terrain as you're going through the hallway. Luckily, you're able to make it through with the assistance of some of the help already starting to move rubble out, trying to make it easier for boarding efforts to continue. As you make your way back to the main entrance, you hear a scream from one of the maids, one likely the youngest one. As you enter in, you can see that the door has been busted open, as the youngest maid is cowering as one of these abominations is standing over her, and the matron maid has been looks like she's been slain at the moment, looking like she was trying to protect the butler, who is now standing up with what looks to be slightly receded gums and a sunken eye look, as he is now shambling towards you. And everyone roll me initiative, please. Okay. And this is going to represent the young maid who is still alive. One of the abominations of the cult of Plutus is standing over her. And then the others notice as you enter into the main hallway with the former butler shambling his way towards you. And they're actually not that far from you. That's a bit drastic. There we go. All right. And then group initiative for them. And then initiative. Perfect. All right. We'll start here and go clockwise. 11.
18.
18.
9.
9.
I used all my good rolls to learn about the history of the history of the city.
Hey, it's okay. It's all
Yeah,
right.
I know the history of Dragool. Oh, my.
All right, so first up on the board, we have our world traveler.
All right. Let's see
Okay, so moving in between those two?
Yep.
All right.
And I am going to. They were partly undead, you said?
They will count as undead as well as living. So, necrotic spells will still affect them, as well as radiant damage will affect them as well.
But turning undead would not.
You can try it. You got the sense that they are undead as well.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and attempt to turn undead.
Okay.
So, undead who fail a wisdom save can be destroyed half CR or lower.
Okay. What is your
Give me 1
spell DC?
14.
14. Okay, and I'll just do a group roll for them. Okay, so they will fail it, and the only one that seems to burst from this is the former butler. As how does your turn undead radiate from you?
It literally just because of what's with me, this person, it just radiates off of me because treat this Dern is a walking holy symbol.
Okay. So it's kind of a miasma that bleeds off
Yes.
of you.
Anything like that. So he's got some things going on, which is why you never see a holy symbol. Is he's actually
Covered in this holy symbol.
yes.
Okay. So you would notice that his aroma is a bit more visible than usual as it comes radiating off of him, almost as if he's shook and the extra dirt itself is going and covering these abominations in the old butler. And as soon as it starts to cover the butler, you see him stop, twitch, and then just parts of his body as if they were boils coming to their apex, just as you just see the body deteriorate. And he is now put to rest. Alright, anything else?
That's it.
Alright. Next up, we actually have your benefactor, who, seeing this, is going to go, protect and defend, right? As he moves and gets behind you. And that will be his action. Action movement. So, with his bonus action, he's going to pat you on the shoulder, and you're going to feel almost a bit more encouraged than normal. You can tell that he's scared, but you get this extra sense of, you know what, you're right, I got this. And you will have advantage on your next melee attack.
Yeah.
And that will be the end of his turn. So, it is actually now your turn.
Awesome. So, with that, he's going to. He's gonna say, so y'all got. He's gonna say, y'all got the girl, and he's gonna try to make it to that guy, and I've got 30. So.
In the distance?
Yeah.
Okay. And diagonal movement is still just 5 foot.
25 right there. And I'm going to go to hit him with the gladiator, or with the longsword, basically.
Okay. Yeah, with your gladius.
Yeah, basically. Where's it? Where's the
Alright, roll to attack.
the
Why aren't you using your dice tower?
Give me
Use
a
your
1.
dice tower.
Give me a 1 again.
A natural 1?
Natural 1.
Dire roll. Dire roll. Dire roll. You got to watch him do it all the time, and now you're getting to do it yourself.
Alright, on the page. 20.
Natural 20 on the dire
Yay.
roll. Alright. So that will treat your attack as a dirty 20, which will be enough to beat its AC.
Awesome.
Go ahead and roll that attack.
Where's the long
As you go to swing, it seems as if it's going to drastically miss, but you get this faint waft of cinnamon as you find your blade almost extend from your own arm, finding its mark.
So there's 5 for each. What did he say? Fuck. 1d10. 1d10. Fuck. I still suck at finding a d10 for no reason.
You're good, no worries. It's going to be that one right
Why can I never remember what a d10 looks like? Like out of all of them, a 9.
there. 9. Alright, plus your strength.
Plus 5. Plus 4 actually.
Plus 4. Alright, so 13 damage.
2. And then
As you find it sinking in well into his shoulder. And actually, you had advantage on that.
yeah, I rolled a 3 the first time.
Yeah, so it's alright. We'll count the dire roll on that one. So, as your blade sinks well into one of the gaping maws that seem to be trying to bite out at you.
Yeah.
Alright, make your second attack.
Okay, go. Don't treat me bad this time.
And this one won't be with advantage.
That's a 1 again.
A 1?
I'm not even joking, you can look.
Alright, dire roll.
Wow.
Dire roll.
Dire
roll. Dire roll.
17.
Alright, so, with that,
You rolled so good.
You need to put those dice in the jail, sir.
So-
You gotta run away. Using the middle one.
with that, it'll count you just barely finding your mark on him. So you'll have a -2 to your damage roll.
We're just gonna keep that next to you.
Got you. That's a 2.
Here, you know what? I'll just.
I
There you go.
think it's a 2. That's not a 2.
That's not a 10.
We're rolling the same one. Because I know it is 8.
8 plus your force -2, so 10 damage. As your blade pulling it out, you just hear the of the flesh as you ram straight up through its chin into its head, and you feel the body go limp around it. It is no longer showing any signs of life or unlife. Alright, anything else?
Nothing I can do. Can I use a bonus action to shoot at one of them or no?
Yes, because you have the gunner feat.
Well then I'm gonna shoot at that one.
Shooty, shooty.
Alright, make a ranged attack roll, so you'll be using your dex on this.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a 1 on that.
It rolled by itself and flipped out and I got a 16. Do you want to count it?
16? Oh, that's fine, I'll count it.
It literally just went in the scope and rolled out of it and I was like,
So 16 plus your dex plus
plus
proficiency.
3. So 16.
So 6 plus 6, 22.
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, that definitely finds its mark. Go ahead and roll that damage.
Alright, the fuck's the paper box kid? I can't remember. I don't remember this stuff.
So,
1d10 again plus 3.
1d10. Alright.
Wrong one.
Is it?
D10 red.
Red. Fuck it, I'm just gonna use that one. A 6, it's rolling good.
6.
plus
Alright.
3.
6 plus your dex, since you have
three.
proficiency with
So
it.
plus 3.
So 9 damage. Yeah. You hear that bullet sink well into the back of it. Alright. After you, we got...
Where's my rock?
You got this, Zane. No worries.
I'll find it.
Alright, so just barely faster than you, with a 10 for initiative. It will be the monstrosity's turn. So this one is going to try and...
Run directly away from you because they fail.
Yep. So, it's going to run, which will give you an opportunity effect, attack. So go ahead.
That'll be a dirty 20 on my end.
That'll hit.
And that'll be 6 points of bludgeoning damage to it.
Alright, as it starts taking off from you, you grab your mace and just plant it well into its shoulder blades, which to a normal creature would be debilitating, but it seems like you can hear the bones in the back almost crack back into place, allowing it to keep moving. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It's going away from you, not back toward you. 30. Alright. And so it's 30 feet from you, 35, 40 from you. Alright, so from the gaping maw on its shoulder, you're going to see what looks to be about the same color as what's corrupted the golden sun in the sky start to form in its mouth as you hear essentially what the sound of regurgitation almost sounds like as it's going to make a ranged spell attack at you, my good sir. Four plus 3 does a 21 hit.
Just so you know, sir, for turning undead, the only action you can do is dash.
Oh, okay. In that case, never mind. You will
Sorry.
not make that. No. No need to apologize. Okay, yeah. Then that will end its turn there. Okay. Sorry, it's been so long since I've dealt with turn undead,
you're
so
fine.
which makes me feel bad. I'm even wearing a shirt that says cleric.
The irony's not lost on me, sir.
I know. Okay, then this one, having essentially the crust of the earth scattered on it, is going to make its way past the youngest maid and run. Okay. That is the end of the enemy's turn. It is now your turn, my good sir.
So we're in the house still, in the mansion still?
Yes, the door is over here.
Doors over here, and they're heading deeper into the house.
It would appear that they are making their way to the staircase, which would be the easiest form, as the others are blocked off by doors.
Okay. Is she laying on the floor?
Yeah, she's in the fetal position, essentially.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 30, full 30. I'm gonna go over to her and just understanding better what Bardic Inspiration actually does?
It lets you give a D8 to anyone who you choose.
Okay. Instead, I'm just gonna reach down, not letting go of the scimitar, just kind of try and loop it, shake her with my hands and just be like, "It's time to go, girl. If you lay here, you really will be joining them."
Okay, give me a charisma check. I'm assuming that's what you're using to try and...
Yes, persuade. Can I use
You can
persuasion?
use persuasion. All right.
That will be 25.
Okay, the combat, not so much. But hey, talking to people, you got this down. Yeah, she's roused by you as you can see the tears kind of stop and her breathing start to return back to normal as she takes your hand to stand up.
That's a good girl. We gotta go now.
Okay. And with that, any other actions?
Let's see. That would probably be my action. It took the full 30.
That would have been your free action.
Free
Any
action.
vocalizing, talking to someone, I count as a free action. So you still have a bonus in action.
Can I say, turn to everyone else and go, "Let's get out of here," and then use like the bonus to move myself right behind her as like a dash?
Yeah, if you want to use your action to make another conversation action and then your bonus to dash, then yes.
Yes, and I'll place myself right there on the other side of her.
Okay, kind of in between just in case.
Yes.
Okay. Then we go back up to top of turn order. How would you like to deal with these fleeing undead?
Oh, well, we're gonna. Now, I'm that.
All right.
With that, I am going
And remember, diagonal is only 5. I made that rule strictly because of hallway maps. I always hate whenever it's like, oh, it's a diagonal hallway, 10 feet of movement. It's like, no, it'd still be 5.
to. Alright.
All right, so you ran up to him and you're gonna boop him.
Yeah, just.
All right, send him to horny jail. Let's go. Yeah, that
would
17
be
plus
a
stuff
20.
is gonna hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be 6 points of bludgeoning damage to this one.
6 points of bludgeoning. All right. So yeah, you hear that mace land straight into that shoulder, popping it out of place as you just hear that maw of a mouth inside the shoulder just let out this ear-piercing screech.
Okay.
And with that, anything else? All right. So, let's see here. End of your turn. We now go to Master himself, who goes, we can't let them get upstairs. If they get to the study, we're gonna have to try and find another way out of here. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And he's not able to do anything right there. So he is going to end his turn there. All right, Mr. Police Officer.
So, he's going to. Fuck, can't do nothing. That's as far as I can move.
Dash.
I could
You can
dash.
bonus action dash.
Dash gives me like one more.
That gives you your full movement.
Okay, so. And then he's gonna shoot that guy.
Okay.
It's plus my hits. No. Don't treat me this. It's a 6 plus 3. It's 9.
6 plus 3. You have proficiency, so it would be 6 plus 6.
Oh.
So 12. That'll just miss.
Awesome.
As you can hear the bullet land in the hard wood of the staircase.
I'm gonna shoot again.
All right. Yep. You have a pepper box. It's essentially a revolver in this
I
world.
got a 20.
That
Isn't
20?
that 20?
Yeah, it's hard to see. In this
No, you're good. I believe you. So yeah, that finds its mark on there. Go ahead and roll, and it'll be double damage.
2. Yeah, so 2.
Plus your 3, so
5,
10 damage. All right, yeah. It finds its mark and hits hard. You can hear the flesh rend as that bullet makes its way in and out of the body. Essentially, for those watching, in this world, if you do have multi-attack and you have a gun, such as a revolver or a multi-mag weapon, or multi-load weapon, you can let off your multi-attacks, but it does expend your ammo that much quicker. So, if you pick up a gun, even without proficiency, if you have multi-attack, you can still let off a couple shots. However, if you don't have proficiency, each shot is with disadvantage because of the recoil.
Okay.
So, anything else?
I already used my bonus action, so no, that's all.
All right. So with that, we lead to these running off. So this one is going to make it up into the open door of the study and is out of there. This one, as it is below half health, they're still going to run, but before it runs, that ear-piercing screech that you heard, I need everyone within 10 feet of it to make me a wisdom save.
I am really sorry,
You are within 10 feet of it. That is, as a cleric, so if you roll a natural 20, it's twice your modifier.
That sir would be
too. What was the save?
It's a wisdom save.
26 then.
Yeah.
26.
So,
I got a 7.
Do you not get proficiency in wisdom saves?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'm going to say you're a cleric,
Yep, sorry.
so that should be 6 times 2, so plus 12.
So it'd be 32.
Yeah, you're perfectly fine.
I got a 7.
Oh, jeez!
I'm eloquent. I'm not
Aren't
really
you a
like
sword bard? Combat's supposed to be your thing.
not wisdom saves though.
Fair enough. 17 plus your wisdom mod.
I don't have a wisdom mod.
Wisdom's just a 10.
Yeah, just
Okay, yeah. So 17, you're fine. You're more than fine with Mr. 32. This doesn't even bother you. This just sounds like the screams of an undead, like, trying its best not to die. Again. You start to feel echoes of the scream going through your mind, but you're able to shake it off and keep moving. You, however, with your more honed ears used to the different sounds of pitch and tone and everything, it rings through your mind as you take 1d10 psychic damage.
Ouch.
These things don't have a whole lot of health, but the little health they do have can create one bad situation. Oh, that's not too bad. 3 points of psychic damage.
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Okay, and now it's going to try and run from you.
jump hard.
Oh yeah.
That'd be a 22.
The thunder is not a paid actor, but it helps. Mel, my light balance.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And that would be...
Do you do more than 3 damage?
Yes.
Yeah, it's it. As it's running off, you smack it straight in the back of the skull, and you just find the body go limp on the staircase. Now there's only one left to deal with, as you can hear the mouths, both it trying to speak as well as the maw on its shoulder, almost like it's murmuring something back and forth. And it's pretty loud, so it's panicked, so you don't even have to make a perception check on this. But you can hear it murmuring something.
I speak 3 languages: human, elf, and orcish. Anything on board? Nope. Just wanted to check.
Anyone speak Abyssal?
I
Nope.
know I speak giant. I know I speak draconic.
So,
No.
nope, okay. So yeah, right now it just sounds like murmuring, going back and
I can't
forth.
wait till after the door and take it.
Alright.
Sounds like Charlie Brown's teacher then.
Except a little more gargled for the maw. So it's wah wah. Alright, it is now your turn after shaking that mental damage off.
Let's see. I'm going to run and dash all the way up into the study.
Okay, so, and this split line right here will be the top of the staircase.
Okay.
So we'll move. You'll be moving up here. Oops, sorry.
Push me.
You'll be right here down at the base. Same with you. The hands. I'm getting more proficient with them. There we go. The hands. So yeah, you find your way up and into the study. As you can see, this thing almost kind of like knelt down and like head towards its shoulder, murmuring.
Oh. And that's all I can do. 'Cause-
Okay.
Yep.
Actually, if you dashed, it would put you in melee range with it. Are you wanting to stop before melee or go into melee?
I'll go into melee.
Okay. And also, feel free to move your own minis as well. I'll reach out with the hands and move them as well, but I'll leave it up to you if you'd like to move it. Okay. So you still have. You did movement,
And a bonus action.
bonus action, so you still have your action and your free action.
Is a dash an action or is it a bonus action?
I count it as a bonus action.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'm going to make 2 attacks on it because I have extra attack.
Okay.
A 19.
That plus stuff will hit.
Yeah, it would have been plus 6.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
And I'm going to do a d6 plus 3. 5.
5. All right.
And then,
5 landing well into it.
ooh, that's a 3. So the second attack will miss.
Okay.
Because even with a plus
What's the
6,
total? So plus 6, 9.
9.
Okay.
Yes. And I don't think. Yeah, I don't want to blow all my
Okay.
abilities here.
So keep in mind, I do take into account the Pathfinder missed by 10 rule. What that is if you roll less than 10 to their AC, something can happen. So you can
Okay.
hit an ally within 5 feet or within reach of your weapon. Your weapon can sink into the floorboard and you have to make me a strength save to pull it out, so on and so forth.
Okay, good thing I have a plus 6 then.
Yeah. So it doesn't happen too often, but
When it does.
things can happen. And it works the same way with them as well. So, all right. Anything else?
That will be it.
All right. So that brings us back up to top of turn order.
I'm not chasing.
You would start to hear that same beginning of the screech.
This is gonna hurt.
Sorry, I just looked at the damage.
Yeah, no. I am not chasing that, so.
Just gonna throw out words of encouragement.
And I reach up and I pull a braid, bob it off my braids and everything like that. And I go up like this and I cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay.
Oh.
Nice.
It will be counted as having 3/4 cover, as you're kind of looking over up the staircase and right into the entrance of the room. Normally I would say full cover, but since it's an ally right in front of it, I'll just say that he can see the bolt coming.
Okay.
He's got advanced reactions. It's fine.
I'm proficient in dex saving throws. I am a bard.
And that will be a 15.
15, that will just hit. As you see this bolt of light coming at you,
Oh no, not a bolt. It's a big old dark ball of energy.
it's a dark ball of energy. All right. So as you see this void flying at you, I will say you allow him to see as you're kind of side fighting this. As you see it just kind of whoosh past your face and slam into this.
Okay.
And total damage?
That would be.
So 7 plus 8, 15 plus. Okay.
Plus my.
Plus your wisdom.
Yes, which is plus 3.
So 18. Yeah, that void comes through and just you swear for a split second you hear as it just devours almost that top half, including the maw, and just splats into an empty void itself. As you see the remainder of the body to its knees and then just slam to the floor below it.
Well, you don't see that every day.
And you do see as this body has been essentially cut in half, the blood that's coming out looks like a lot like the ichor that was dripping from now the black sun in the sky.
Are we out of combat?
This would put you out of combat for now.
Can I poke the blood with the edge of the scimitar?
Yes, as you poke it with the edge of the scimitar, doesn't seem to do anything.
Okay.
No reactions or anything. It just same reaction as if you were kind of pushing ink. You would see him kind of looking at it, but you couldn't tell what he's doing with the staircase. If you move up a bit, you could, but it's the height difference that's kind of causing an issue with vision. So, but you can see him kind of move forward after you hear the body thud.
Just making sure this stuff isn't like acidic or something.
No, I got So he goes, okay, can we now continue? And with that, you do see some of the other house workers come by and consoling the younger maid, kind of pull her into one of the safe rooms further into the house. All right, let's make our way up, please, as he starts to make his way up to the study himself.
Alright.
Are y'all following along?
Yeah, I'm following along while I reload the pepper box or the revolver.
All
All
right,
3
yeah.
bullets I shot.
So, as you make your way up, you can see the noble gentleman poking at the ichor-like blood with his scimitar.
I'm just turned back. It's not acidic at least, but it doesn't look natural.
What game's that
May I make a religion and intelligence check to make a guess at what possibly your patron faith is?
Go for it.
You could try.
I'm actually proficient in religious knowledge
All right.
with a +4. And that's not good. I got a 10.
You can tell he's religious. You can tell that he's not a paladin, but you can't tell what cleric order he's from.
I shrug to myself and make a bow and say to Orcish, and say in Orcish, I thank you for your assistance.
Don't fool with the undead, little man. Go.
I'll make a nod and step away from the body.
Okay, so your benefactor taking a wide berth as well around it, just kind of keeping an eye and make sure it doesn't see any twitches or anything. Makes his way back to the back of the room where you saw the 2 windows, and he immediately makes a left, and you see a very blasé looking book, nothing fancy about it, no gold embroidery, just kind of looks like your run-of-the-mill books. And he pulls it out, and behind it you can hear some shuffling of wood, as he then, in his hurried state, normally if it was not hurried he would be more cautious to keep everything hidden, but you can see him take a small wooden panel and just kind of fling it behind him, and then you hear an order of button pushing that you can hear a small beep, beep, as he hits about 5, and hits one final button as you hear a click, as you start to hear the bookcase itself just skid across the floorboard as it pushes forward and over in front of one of the other bookcases, revealing a essentially hidden staircase down and outside of the mansion.
Oh, my dear sir, I only imagined I was in a Penny Dreadful story. Now I know I'm in a Penny Dreadful.
Congratulations, you know your book. Now can we go? And with that, he starts making his way down, hurried. You can hear his cane just constantly tap, 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 tap down the stone staircase.
Right.
How wide is the staircase? Is it like two person
It's-
broad or single person?
It's single person. You can tell that this is hidden and secure. So if something were to happen to the house, say bombardment of some type or earthquake, this looks even sturdier than the house itself.
I'll go right in right behind him.
Okay. So you follow him down. Who's following behind him? So we have just representation of marching order. Who's next?
Oh. I don't care, it's up to you. I'll be after her.
All right. So as you're making your way down, you can just tell from the stonework. You can make a perception check if you'd like, but you can tell by the stonework that this was not hastily made, as the stone itself seems to be almost feet thick. And it takes just a little bit, and you make your way to what looks to be a dead end. Like if the brick and mortar of the first floor wall just ends it. And with that, you see a very prominent hole in the side of the stonework. As he lifts up his cane and sticks it in, twists, and you hear a click as another set of wearing gears sound off, and the stone itself sinks into the foundation below the house. All right, out we go. as he makes his first steps out and just kind of sticks to the side of the wall, letting each of you pass him.
Alright.
I'll step out and move to the side so I let the more heavier armored people through.
Come out and just like,
Okay, give me a perception check. And are you doing the same?
Yeah, they use me.
Okay. And you're kind of keeping an eye on the benefactor?
Yes.
Okay.
oh fuck.
I'm gonna motion for the benefactor to go ahead of me, and I'll take up the rear flank.
The rear.
I got a 19, but I gotta say, I run my own group, and whenever I play, they don't do this well.
The dice never seem to do that well for some reason.
I got a
So
6.
19.
6?
6.
Yeah. You're a bit distracted by the chaos going on around the vicinity itself, and you can even see some of the local like street beat cops trying their best to maintain peace while also being overran in most parts by these abominations and some of the now turned undead. You got a 19 total?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So with that, you're not so much concerned with the populace itself as, say, a local, keeper of the peace would be. So you're kind of looking past the chaos that you're already aware of as you're making your looks around here. The good part is while the property does have spaced gates as its main walls around the property, it's pretty well overgrown with vines and everything, so it doesn't look like anyone has seen you leave the house out of this exit. But you do notice that it wouldn't be the best idea to go over the fence here. As you can see, as well as kind of hear, the abominations kind of moving around, like they know it's a protected area, so there's probably something in there. But you can also hear them murmuring like you did before, just outside of those gates. Alright, now we have one of two options. We can either go through our maintenance gate, which is going to be about 5 minutes down this walk towards the end of the property, or we have a sewage maintenance grate that we can take to the Undercity and try to make our way out that way. Either way seems just as dangerous as either. So, as my elected guard for the moment, I will allow you to decide which seems more pleasing to your personal skills.
So it was the maintenance gate, and what was the other one?
Maintenance gate or the manhole maintenance gate. So essentially, grate. Sorry, not gate.
Okay.
So you have either access to the Undercity to try and get out, or you can try to make your way out through the Overcity through the maintenance gate, which seems to be kind of far enough away in a like alley of sorts. From your perception check, you basically can tell that while most of the stuff is right here, the more hidden entrance doesn't seem to have as much activity. So it's kind of a flip the coin and see what you prefer.
Oh, I'm gonna walk right over to the grate and just.
I do know the guy's like, I do know the Undercity pretty well, as he just fucking goes down.
Okay, so you rip off the gate and you already see him starting to make his way down.
I'll just turn to the benefactor and be like, he knows he's undead. I trust him.
Okay, to the Undercity we go. Just watch your coin purses.
Oh.
You hear my guy just like, I think they're more worried about something else right now.
As you are climbing down the ladder, the benefactor makes his way after you. And then, are you still keeping behind him, or are you
Yeah.
letting?
I'm.
So you're going last.
Okay, then I'll follow down.
Okay, so we have it here, and then the climb order down is. Oops, sorry.
You're fine. Yeah, I'm just-
Just throw him in.
You can trust the hands. They're also latex too, so like they feel like hands.
Yeah, no, thank you.
No. No.
Yeah.
Alright, so as you make your way down this, essentially the manhole grate into the Undercity, it does come to a part where the stonework and everything of the pavement and bedrock and everything for this does give way to a worked cobblestone, essentially underground sewage entrance, where the ladder stops about 5 feet from the bottom, but it's not a far enough drop to cause y'all any harm. So you can each just kind of jump down. You being ahead of the benefactor, you can tell that he's kind of hesitating of dropping. Like, he doesn't trust that height.
Come on, it's not that far.
Will you catch me?
If you fall,
I mean, I kind of have to fall to get down.
just get down here. If you fall over, I'll make sure you don't.
Okay, yeah, with a 13, he... Okay.
How was that hard?
And with that, he just starts walking. So he's going to head this way, and I'm assuming the two of you, without any hesitation, just drop the 5 feet.
I just drop.
Okay. So yeah, he starts making his way south, which is going to be the best direction to kind of head out of the city. You notice that this main tunnelway looks fairly kept, so it still has its dinging, and you can kind of smell some gray water, but it's pretty well clean enough as far as the walkway goes. You know that if you fall in, it's not going to be a pleasant dip, but as far as walking in here goes, it's not the stinkiest thing in this room. So, marching order, if you could for me, please. It is a wide enough walk, so
I would
you
throw-
have about 15 feet, so 3 squares on each side. And he's kind of taking down the middle
I'll
path.
be right
Alright, I'll take up position again.
Okay. So, as the walk kind of continues forward, it seems a bit quiet down here. You can still hear the chaos happening on the street every once in a while when you pass a street drain. But past that, there's not much echoing going on, which you would figure with the Undercity being not too far from here, as you're a resident of it. You would figure that you could hear some things.
there. It's not good. It's too quiet.
The one thing you do hear, though, and for you it's kind of a rare resident of the area, is you hear... And you've heard stories about it because you're used to the maintenance people helping to keep things clean. But you've heard people call it the vacuum of the Undercity, but you've never seen it yourself. I will let you make a base intelligence check to try to remember some of the stories you've heard.
I don't have close to intelligence. I have a 10. That was a 10, yeah. That was a 10.
So a 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know that it's something that they kind of fear, but you can't really place your mind on what it is, as the sound just keeps coming forward. If the two of you would like to either make a nature
I'll
check
just tell them to stop real quick.
or a base intelligence check.
I just tell them to stop really quick.
Okay.
I know it's.
Are y'all stopping when he hollers at you?
Yeah, I'll stop. I'm gonna do a
The
nature.
benefactor stops.
Are you proficient in nature?
Oh no.
I'll do a nature check.
Oh,
then,
no.
Because I got jack of all trades.
Yeah, so you get to add half. So you get to add 1 plus your intelligence.
8.
8 total?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's
Yeah, you aren't necessarily aware of what that sound would normally come from. You can tell it's wet.
Yeah, not my strong suit.
Natural 1. All right, Mr. Daniel. Dire roll. Dire roll. 17. All right. So, what is your intelligence score? A +0. So is it a 10?
Yep.
Okay. So it'll basically take your intelligence score and then -2, which will be your roll. So an 8. So yeah, you can tell it's wet, but you aren't used to this sound. And then he'll make a base intelligence check. And that's a 7. So it will get a surprise attack round.
Mother.
As I'm sure some of the more privy to the creatures of D&D know what this sound is. As a gelatinous cube that was crawling along the pathway, almost mimicking the surroundings because of its clearness, is upon you before you can recognize it's there. As the gleam finally is close enough as you can go, the air doesn't wave that much towards me. And then you can notice there's about 2 or 3 abominations half devoured into it.
The one thing I've never wanted to fight a D&D.
So, it is going to move forward as its attack. And I will need the 2 of you to make an acrobatics or a dex, dex save, not an acrobatics check, dex save.
Oh, okay. Good.
Nice. I got a whole 4.
Do
A
you need
4.
the jail as well?
What'd you roll?
I'm kind of used to
What'd you roll on dice?
3. This one is 4.
No! 13, okay. You will just pass, as this is a medium gelatinous cube. So you're able to jump back as you see, probably for the first time, this orc gentleman that you've just met today start to get cleaned. As the dirt and organic material that's been coating him is starting to be eroded by the acid in here. And you'll get a chance to make either a dex check or a strength check on your turn to move out, as I'm sure you're aware.
Oh, yeah.
So for right now, as you get sucked in, you'll take 1d6 acid damage. As you take 3 acid damage. And do keep in mind, unless you have anything that allows you to hold your breath for longer, you have 10 rounds before you have to start making con saves inside of the gelatinous cube. Alright, let's roll for initiative.
Oh! I rolled a nat 1 on the initiative. Did we do die rolls on that?
Not on the initiative,
Okay,
only on checks and saves.
That would be a
I got a
4
20.
initiative.
Alright, let me write this down real quick.
It's not
Oh no!
I'm just standing there, coming up with lines for the next story, explaining my life, going like...
And then there was a cube.
And then there was a cube.
And then
I'm
there
glad
was-
this wasn't a roll for multi-attack. Holy crap.
I got it.
That was 2 nat 20s down the dice tower. Okay,
I got a 23.
23.
10.
Alright. Starting off strong.
Yeah, I'm just there going like, thinking to myself, verses, I'm like, the golden egg of the sky cracked and showed, a devourous beast inside.
Just thinking about what songs to write about this as you hear the orc going. Alright. So starting off will be the gelatinous cube, who is going to move another 5 feet. So dex save from you and the benefactor.
That's cool.
Of course, now you stop rolling high. That's a 5.
Oh.
7? Yep, you're both getting stuck in the cube. You are just right next to the orc friend that you had left behind for a second. As you and the benefactor take 1d6 of acid damage. 6 damage. Oh, good thing he's not a level 1 normal person.
Do I take the same 6 damage?
Yes, 6 acid.
The one thing I've never wanted to fight.
Alright. And then it is now your turn.
Okay.
You can do a strength or a dex check to get out.
I'm gonna do a strength check to get out.
Alright?
Be free. 5 again? Yeah. 7 again. Oh no, 7. Oh, 7.
Strength, so
8.
8. Yeah, not enough to get out. That's your action. You do have a bonus and a free action, and your movement currently is 0.
So I can still attack it. Can I?
Your action was taken by trying to escape.
Okay.
Think about what you have as bonus actions.
Fuck it. giant thing.
All right. So, you are going to activate your
Giant's might. Yeah.
Giant's Might. All right. So, what do they see as you decide, you know what? I can't fight my way out of this?
You will see both of the runes on his two shoulders just glow as he just freaking he just grows.
Into a large creature.
And one's white and one's red.
All right. So, let's see here. Trying to look for a large humanoid. You know what? Since it's giant strength, here, you take on the size of a hill giant. So, here's the fun part with gelatinous cubes. If you grow to be their size or larger, you immediately escape.
Awesome. So I can attack.
So, no. You're out of actions right now,
Oh, yeah,
but
actions.
you automatically freed yourself, and because of the size disparity, it will also force anything within that gelatinous cube, as long as the gelatinous cube was your size or smaller,
Yeah.
out of it. So, you have been pushed out, and so has the benefactor, and he's being pushed into friendly space. So, are you willingly being pushed back so he can get
Oh,
out of
yeah.
the cube? Okay. And I will let you either choose to either A, fall into the water, or B, make a deck save to kind of grab onto the rail and just be hanging for right now.
Oh!
There we go!
There
Where was
we
that
are.
when the cube tried to eat you? Alright, so right now you are hanging over the water, but it's a controlled hang. So on your next turn you can use 15 feet of your movement to get back up. Normally most say if you're prone or hanging, it takes half movement. I feel if it's 15 feet when you're level 1, it should still be 15 feet when you're level 20.
Makes sense.
So, you are now just outside of its range. It kind of had to spit you out.
Yeah. It's like,
So, alright. And you have a free action still if you'd like.
free action. I don't know what to do with that free.
And you actually have your movement now, because you were free from the cube.
Fuck, I forgot.
So I'd like to point out the cool part of this cube is the mini. You can actually take out this inside and put a mini inside of it.
So you can actually have like a skeleton inside that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool.
Or like what I do with my parties, I put their mini inside it.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
I don't know anything to do right now with it, so I'm going to be fine. Oh, I can use Can I use action surge?
No, you had to use your bonus action to...
So, nah, I'll just.
I mean, it was a good bonus action use. You got
Oh,
out of
yeah, I
the cube
know.
and you freed your allies.
Yeah, that'll be all for now.
Okay. So, that will then bring it to the benefactor who goes, ha, ha, as like you can see some of his fine clothes kind of singed from the acid. He goes, okay, that was not pleasant. I'm just gonna catch my breath real quick as he's using his movement to get as far back as he can. Okay, and that is his turn. Well, no, as he passes, he's gonna go, you can do this, my friend, you have this. As you feel a sense of encouragement, kind of. So for your next melee attack, you're gonna have advantage.
Sweet.
Alright, that will be the end of his turn, so we then go to the amazing initiative roll of 10. Good Sir Orc.
Alright. So, I'm going to use my action, and I am going to reach into the cloak, pull out, and cast Spiritual Guardian, and everything like that at 3rd level.
Okay,
It's a little
so
tiki bone doll, and when it hits, it basically makes a Spiritual Guardian.
does it have somatic components, like you have to move your hands at all?
Yeah.
Okay, so use your 15, you'll have to get up, because right now you're hanging.
Okay.
So you can use just 15 feet of your
Yeah.
movement, so
So I'm just.
you're back up. Yep.
Yeah.
You're gonna go right in front of it?
Yeah, I'm not scared of this thing.
Okay,
And
perfect.
Basically, drop spiritual, tiki, drop it. It wells up. It's a black creature and flowing cloth with a scythe and everything like that.
This was
Here you go.
What is your spiritual?
feel this gives some indication as to what a deity.
You wouldn't know. You got a 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my suspicions are now like death related, possibly,
Death related, maybe.
or harvesting. It's hard to
Or
tell.
harvesting. It might be a nature deity.
Yeah. It's one of the two.
Right. And this is Spirit Guardian, correct?
Yep.
Okay. We'll go ahead and do that. I actually have the Spirit Guardian from the set that I got from the Adventurers Guild of Amarillo.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot.
So-
I did get you that. Yeah, we can swap that out. I've got no problem with that.
All right.
Yeah.
As everything starts falling.
Yep.
Chaos. Looking at what I can do here.
This is a hyper professional stream.
Right.
Manually.
There we go.
There we are.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
No problem.
And then I believe as a bonus action, I can have it attack.
I would just like to point out how many like badass things we have around this monster. And it's the most basic looking monster mini to be fighting.
I hate cubes.
Nothing-
You're making me fight.
Nothing is more. It's one of the most classical monsters with owlbears, mind flayers, and beholders.
Mm-hmm.
I hate fighting.
Gelatinous cubes are
I hate fighting.
prime D&D, but they are the
Yes.
most lackluster looking of prime D&D. And y'all can fight me if you want, but they are the most plain one in my opinion.
It's just a cube.
It's a cube that does acid damage and is annoying.
Did you guys see the Funko Pop of the gelatinous cube?
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Part of me wants to get it just so I can have a monstrous gelatinous cube.
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
No.
So I
I say
basically
yes.
have to designate. He's not affected by it. He's not affected by it. I'm not affected. The benefactor's not affected by spirit.
Thank you.
And everything like that. So, but it is. So it will basically have its movement. All right. When you cast a spell, the designated any number of creatures are not affected. Creature speed is halved
Okay.
in the area, and when the creature enters an area the first time, so it actually be next time, it'll take the damage. It'll be radiant or necrotic. Mine does necrotic.
Okay.
Because obviously because of my deity.
Yes, all Canada's necrotic.
And basically it's a saving throw and da 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 da.
Okay. So it just has a saving throw against your DC for full, or
Yeah. Yeah, it says, yeah. If I'm reading this correctly. Yeah, on a successful save it takes half damage.
okay.
Alright?
All right. Anything else for your turn, good sir?
That's it.
All
That's
right.
all I can do.
So, with that, after hearing the rattling of a tiki and then the forming of this massive figure, we now have our noble.
So, just to get an idea of the terrain, river's on this side.
Mm-hmm.
Is the wall on this one, or is it
Yes,
more open
it's a
space?
wall.
It's an open wall. How big is the river?
The river itself is 20 foot wide.
20 foot wide. Is it fast moving?
It's moderate.
Moderate. So there's a wall right here. So we're
The walkway is 15 feet, and then 20 foot of river, 15 foot of
okay.
walkway.
So I can move this way, or is it this way to so I can hit it?
Both of it would be in a wall right now.
Okay. So can I move into a friendly space, hit the creature, and then back away?
Yes, but your attack will be with disadvantage.
It will. The first one will be.
With regular because of the
yes.
advantage given, yes.
Then I will go ahead and do that. First attack, 19.
Yeah, 19 plus stuff will hit.
All right, and I'm going to use Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
So I'm using it as part of my class ability called Blade Flourish.
Alright.
And Blade Flourish, I'm going to use the Slashing Flourish because I have no need. Let's see. Oh no. I'll change that actually. I'm going to do. Let's see. I'm going to do Defensive This thing is like a walking AoE, huh? It does not hit. Doesn't have to hit to attack.
No.
I'm gonna do the mobile flourish then. I'm gonna try and move it in your direction.
All right.
So since it hit, I'll do damage. That's 3 plus 3, so 6. And then I can expend a use of Bardic Inspiration to cause the weapon to deal extra damage to the target hit. The damage is equal to the number roll on the inspiration dice. I can push the target up to 5 feet away from me, plus a number of feet equal to the number roll of the die.
Okay.
So what's 3? That's 2. 2 extra damage. And so then it's 7 feet, I guess? Plus a number of feet equal to the number. Yeah.
So it'll be round down to the closest 5s. So,
yeah. Still just 5.
So 5 feet back. So normally with a solid creature,
yeah.
whenever it's pushed, you would then have essentially either a small slam, so a d6, or there would be an opportunity attack if it went into a friendly. However, with it being a gelatinous cube, when you push it back 5, it is going to simultaneously cover the same space as Zane. So Zane will need you to make me a dex save.
I think I'm decent at those.
Good thing you're big.
What's a 6? What's a 9?
9. Okay, so you will be enveloped by the cube, but
Yeah.
with you being just as big, if not bigger than the cube, it
Yeah.
will spit you out.
Yeah.
You'll still take 1d6 damage from acid as you enter in.
That's fine.
6 points of acid damage. And then it'll basically force you out. Now, had it been a solid creature and it slammed into you being much larger, you would have had an opportunity attack. However, since you occupied the same space and gelatinous cubes have the ooze body effect,
Yeah, I wasn't
It
for sure how
stops
that
it.
would work.
but now your character has the knowledge of, okay, so that's not going to do much to this ooze-filled body.
So I'll do 2 more attacks.
And that was a total of how much damage?
That was
2 plus 6, if I remember correct.
no, I want to say it was, oh yes, 6 in total. Yes.
So
8.
All right.
So I got 1 extra attack, and then I'm gonna use a bonus action attack.
Okay, so this next one will be with disadvantage.
Yes. So 4 and 7. That's this.
Yeah. 7 plus. Well, what's the total?
It would be the first one would be the total will be 7. It would be 7 total.
So here's the fun part. You beat its armor class.
Okay. That's gonna be 4 points of damage.
4 points of slashing damage.
Yes. And then
All right.
I'm gonna make a bonus action attack because I'm dual wielding. But I have the feat. I have the fighting style, so that allows me to use my proficiency and ability score with the attack.
Okay.
4. Well, you know it's gonna hit unless I get and it's another 7 total.
Another 7 total.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And this one's gonna be 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage.
Yep.
All right. All right.
And that will be, let's see. Yeah, and then I got more than enough movement that I just back out of friendly space.
Yep. Okay. Anything else?
That will be, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, I'm gonna stay there.
Okay. So, with its beautiful intelligence score, it's just seeing food, and it knows it can't envelop this guy.
It's like,
So it's going to enter into your guardian space on its turn, and the wisdom.
It needs to be the DC 14.
Wisdom save.
Yes.
do you like it or opportunity or chance?
You do actually. It's moved 5 feet from you.
Damage 14 plus 5. Yeah, 14, right? With the long swords. 14 plus 5, 4.
14 plus 4
18.
plus proficiency, so plus 3, so plus 7.
Yeah,
So 21. Yeah. Yeah. If his 7 hit it,
Yeah, I think
I'm pretty sure you're 21.
Yeah.
Oh!
Woo!
Nope.
Yikes.
It has a total of 7 for that save.
So it failed.
Yep.
So it will take. I rolled 3d6. I rolled a 6, 6, and a 4. So that gives me 16 plus my
You get an attack of
Wisdom is
opportunity.
plus 3 brings me to 19 points of necrotic damage to it.
Alright, and then,
Do I get another point of the dice since I'm big now?
yeah, you double your
So
damage output.
4, 8, 16.
Six-
I got it.
Alright, 16 slashing. Alright. And then I need a dex save from you, and then your spirit guardian can't be enveloped, so.
That will be a 19 for me.
Yep, you're good. So you can move back 5. Or you can move into your guardian space.
Yeah,
Either
actually,
way.
I can share the space with the guardian, so that's what
So you can just move back diagonally 5. Just kind of put it anywhere on the plate. It's fine.
Yeah.
There we go. Sharing spaces with physical minis makes it hard. Alright, and as it's trying to just in vain envelop your spirit guardian that's just not being affected by the acid damage, that will be its turn. Alright, next up we got Mr. Police Officer.
Awesome. I'm gonna hit it twice.
Alright,
That is first attack for
you have advantage because it is flanked and you are a large creature.
4. It's a 9,
It's flanked by 2 large creatures technically.
4, 9. Plus, I can do math, I swear. 12. I know it hits.
That hits, yeah.
7 hits.
Roll that bean footage.
8.
8
Plus
and
8 plus 4.
so 20 damage.
Yes.
20 slashing. Alright.
And then another
Go for it.
boop. 10. Yep. That 10.
Roll with advantage because you might get a nat 20. You never know.
10. That's a 5. And then 6.
10 plus 4, 14.
Yeah, plus 4 again for my strength. So
So yeah. Alright.
damage.
Yeah, and the bodies that have been inside of this that are like half devoured, you
a-
just see your sword kind of like slicing them up into even finer chunks.
Yeah. Simple this.
Alright. Anything else? You still have your
Use
bonus?
my bonus to hit it again? Or no?
No.
No.
Well, actually, you do technically have a light weapon in your hand.
Sure. I
Well,
can
you
hit
can pistol whip it.
it. I can, yeah, I can.
Remember the.
Yeah, I can.
The
Tap it
dual-
for other feet. Yeah, I'm gonna hit it with this pistol weapon.
Alright, so
Like
you're just gonna flip your essentially your revolver around and smack it with the butt of now your large pistol, which resembles that of a cannon with a handle on it.
That is.
Yeah, it's gonna hit it. Remember, you have advantage. See if you get in that 20.
Oh yeah, that's an 18. I got one more.
Anyone ever see someone pistol whip a gelatinous cube? Because this is a first for me, and I've been playing for 14 years.
I really could have shot it.
So go ahead and roll damage. So normally it would be a D4. With Tavern Brawler, you got to add your proficiency to the
Yeah.
attack. But so you'll roll 2d4 now, since it's a large weapon pistol,
Yeah.
and then you'll add your strength mod to it
All right. So
per Tavern Brawler.
1 and 2, so 3 plus 4.
So seven bludgeoning damage.
Pistol with the gelatinous cube. Mark that off the list.
All right, and then it's Benefactor's turn. Y'all are a bit further back, and he's gonna go. You've been doing such a good job. Keep going, and you'll have advantage on your first melee attack.
Tiny baby
Tiny hands, you're doing good. You got this.
Thank you. Thank you, Tiny Hands.
You feel so inspired.
You're welcome. All right, that's gonna be his turn. So we go to our good sir, unknown cleric class.
Oh! And I take my mace, fling my shield off, and I rage, and I wail into it.
All right. So how does your rage incorporate into your movement?
So it's like I start frothing, the orc. And I just crash into it.
All right.
Oh.
And that will be 25.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
So
Oh,
here's the
this
cool
is
part.
gonna hurt.
So 25. You've done more than 15 more than its armor class. It will count it as an automatic crit.
Okay.
So that means double whatever you roll.
Okay.
So 15 more than a creature's armor class is considered a critical hit.
Okay.
20 or more past its armor class is considered a dire hit, meaning it will be max damage on your dice roll times 2.
Jeez.
Okay. So, because I'm raging, I get so it'll be 6 points.
6 points? Now keep in mind, it also doubles your rage points on there, so it'll be +4 from rage.
Okay. So.
It doubles every damage point.
Oh, okay. So 2 would be 4. That would be 10. 11 points bludgeoning damage.
11
Wail
points
on.
bludgeoning. Alright. Okay. Anything else, my good sir?
That's it.
Okay. So, then we have our Mr. Noble over here.
This thing is still kicking.
It is.
So I'm gonna do the whole disadvantage thing again.
Okay, so the first one will be without disadvantage because of the advantage.
Yes. So that's gonna be 9, which will hit because we've
9 plus
established.
stuff is already going to hit your 5.
Yes. And that's gonna be 4 points of damage.
4 points of slashing.
Yes.
Alright.
Second attack. 16.
16 plus.
Plus 6 because it's
So-
proficiency plus dex. Yeah. So that's gonna be 22.
22. Alright, that's 15 more than its AC. So
So-
go ahead and it counts it as a crit.
That's a 1 on dice. So 1, 1. So that's 2, and then I get plus 3. So that'll be 6.
Plus 6, yep.
So that'll be 8.
8. Alright.
And then last attack. Oh no, wait. I'm sorry. Disadvantage.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So. It's a.
Yeah, so
16.
your lowest roll is still 15
Yeah.
more, so you're good.
that was convenient. 13 and a 3. So the 3 is going to be a 6.
3, 6. Yeah, so it'll just match. Defender wins in a tie.
Okay. So,
So
last
it'll-
attack misses.
It looks like it's going to cut through, but you basically just follow through that original cut you made, so it just misses it.
I'm more or less in my rage, just kind of bump him as he's
Yeah, you're slightly put off because you're still moving through friendly space,
Yes.
but less so right now. It's angry friendly.
angry friendly, and then I'll get out of the way.
All right, anything else?
That was my action and bonus action, so no.
All right. Gelatinous cube again with its 1 in intelligence.
Yeah, wisdom saving throw because it started its turn next to the.
That is a total of 2.
Ooh.
So that'll be 11. 14 points of necrotic damage.
14 points of necrotic. All right, it is not looking good at all. It itself kind of looks like it's starting to get smaller, like it's melting.
Jeez.
All right, so it's gonna keep moving in. So 1 more dex save from you, and you get an opportunity attack.
Oh shit.
Opportunity attack.
I zoned out. 14.
16. On my dex
16.
save.
Yeah, you're able to
15.
move further back, so you do have room to. There you go. Go left. And right now it's kind of sharing the same space as your guardian, so I'm just gonna.
Yeah, just put it up.
And so it's this
It's kind of like a D&D Statue of Liberty. Could you get it out of the fingers there?
I think I did.
I was waiting for
I
that.
did 11.
When you did it again.
I did 11.
11.
11.
That'll hit.
Well, no, I did 11 damage.
Oh,
I
11
got, I
damage.
got a 14 on dice.
Okay. Did you roll with advantage?
No, I didn't.
Because
case.
the weird part about
19?
gelatinous cubes, it's still advantage
19.
because it's soaking.
Yeah, it's a 19.
19 plus
19 plus 4.
plus your proficiency, so plus 7
Yeah. I said
for a total of
a big number.
26.
26, which is
Double.
20 more than its armor class. That is an automatic crit, so go ahead and it's a crit of your max.
So
So that is 2d what?
2d10.
It's a d10, yeah. So 2d10, so an automatic 20
20.
times 2 for 40 slashing damage as your sword comes crashing through. And for a split second, you even see your spirit guardian be cut in half for just a split second as it phases through it. And you slam into this cube as you cause this small crater below it, like a crack as your sword gets stuck, but you just wrench it back up. And the cube, almost like a puddle of soup now, just fills into that hole and is no longer moving. You can still see some of the viscera that was inside of it, but it's now just laying off to the side, sizzling. It is dead. So, the reason why it was taking so long is slashing, bludgeoning, and piercing is halved.
I kind of figured out in a second. May I, since we're out of combat,
And then after about a minute, you return back to your normal size. You can just hold on to this for now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
No.
I'm still raging, so as I spin around, look at it and go, "Ugh. Heal! And I mass heal.
At the end of the spell? Or at
Yes.
the end of your rage?
Yes.
Okay. Alright.
With mass, do I have that for my last third level spell? Or no, sorry.
How close?
Who was it that was most hurt?
Let's see. The 3 people that were hurt were
Everybody.
Our prayer healing, because I think that gets me more than one person.
Yeah, prayer healing will
Yeah.
is a multi-target.
2d8.
2d8. I think everyone has at least 3 or 4 points of
So,
damage.
yeah, basically I can give 2d8. So that'll be 2, that'll be 7, 10 points.
I'm back to full. Thank
Okay.
you.
And the benefactor who had like some bleeding going on from the acid damage goes, Thank you so much.
Then kind of get this like shamed look on my face, go find my shield and just...
Alright. If we keep moving south, we'll eventually get to the primary drain exit from the sewer, and we should be able to use the service stairwell from there and get out of here. You each are well more than worth the coin. If we get out of this, I will owe each of you a favor. A life debt, if it were. Good. Do you say that out? Do you say that in character?
Yeah, this is good. I'll need.
And he just nods his head to you.
Ooh, life debt.
A life debt, yeah.
Yeah.
And with that, he starts making his way south. Just go ahead and give me a marching order as y'all move forward.
I'm gonna be one of the front ones. So probably I'm gonna run that.
So do kind of a triangle.
Yeah, I think we're doing the same thing.
Same thing again?
Yeah, however you want to do it.
Fuck it,
I was about to say you could do a. There we go. A reverse triangle.
Yeah.
One right behind, 2 in the front. Oh, I know. We're not. We aren't doing a 15-minute break.
Okay, I didn't know if we were or not. You
No,
didn't
no.
specify.
I said it a little while back, but it's okay.
It's fine.
I said it like a week ago. It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's a week ago. You didn't tell me right before we started the stream.
Zane, why didn't you tell her? You can use them. Okay. Then in that case, we'll go ahead and just take a quick break, and we'll be right back. right, and we are back from break. Last we left, the party had just defeated a gelatinous cube, keeping their benefactor safe and even healed. As they continue their way down the sewage way, they start to notice it opens up on both sides of this walkway into what could be considered a small, almost tent-like city of its own, as they finally make their way into the Undercity, just under the mid-ring of the city itself. Now, as you enter into this area, it does start to open up into more of a small, I wouldn't say suburbia, because that's not as clean. But it does open up to be more open walking ground, as it looks like much of the water here goes under bridges and into tubes and everything out from there. You find that the Undercity, at least in this area, is devastated. Multiple buildings have been destroyed. You see half-eaten carcasses laying across the ground. You find a few slain, or at least what appear to be slain, bodies of former clerics and members of the Temple of Plutus. But it's just as quiet as when you first encountered the gelatinous cube. You can see that it had made its way through here, seemingly now little to no resistance, as it was able to find plenty of morsels to feast on itself. If everyone could give me a perception check as you take in note of your surroundings. Dire roll. Dire roll. Dire roll. All right. So, what is your wisdom?
+3.
+3? All right, so you get a -4 to the total points, and that will be it. So you have a 16 or a 17?
16.
16? So then you will have a 12, essentially.
This is perception.
Yes.
I will have a 13.
13?
Yes.
I'm 11.
Wow,
Oh,
first
wow.
time all game you beat me.
Yes!
Okay, and that is a 22 for the benefactor. As you are each listening and kind of looking around, the benefactor can spot a couple of them, and he points it out. But you all can hear in the silence, in fairly multiple different directions, it's the exact same noise you heard just moments earlier. But the benefactor himself is a bit more wary, and he can see a bit of their shimmering coat. So, as you are making your way through this devastated area, he kind of yells at you, no, not that way, not that way, not that. And eventually, you yourselves start to get the hint of, okay, that's what we're kind of looking for here. As you make your way through, not having to accidentally walk into a gelatinous cube yourselves as you are moving forward. Now, does anyone want to look for supplies of any type, or try to find anything while you're going through these ruined remains of the Undercity's essentially upper district?
I'm going to turn to our benefactor. So what is your plan for saving the city? Do you have contacts? Do you have a boat? Do you have a car? How are we escaping the city proper?
Well, if we can make our way out of this city, whether it be the path we're on now or making our way back up and out, I have many friends both in high and low places. More than likely they will have their usual escape routes, which, thanks to business dealings, I'm privy to some of the knowledge of their escape cars, if you will. So they should not be tampered with, all things considered. Worst case scenario, I hope everyone enjoys a bit of hiking down a picturesque mountainside.
I'll turn to my companions. All right, if it's good with you, I'll skip off a bit and see if I can rummage us some food, just in case we're stuck out in the expanse for a bit. Can I make an investigation check?
No, certainly.
That's 18 on dice, and I get a +4 to that, so that will be a 22.
Man, you do great outside of combat.
I'm-
So yeah, with this being the upper district, the food isn't as bad, but you're still in upper lower class essentially.
Yeah. My fine clothes, is it like a jacket, or is it more like just one piece outfit, like all matched together?
Yeah, I'll leave it up to you.
I would, if it's all right. I have a jacket that was fine material. I'm gonna take it off and use it for baggage. Find the food, wrap it up, tie off the sleeves, so I could tie it to my body.
Okay. Improvised rucksack essentially.
Yes.
Okay,
For
yeah.
food.
You do find at least some semi-not spoiled food.
As he gets it all and everything, he starts to open it up in my magical item. And I open up the bag and I drop the whole thing in and shut it.
The jacket also.
A container in a container. It's
Yeah.
alright.
I just nod my head. I was like, okay.
Anyone else want to try to look for anything or find anything while you're going through this upper district of the Undercity?
I
No,
have
he just found food.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have nothing else that I'm looking for. Really.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was proficient with investigation. Thought I'd make use of it.
Alright. So, go ahead.
Blacksmith, like any kind of blacksmithing area, and like shop or anything like that in this area. I just want to hit it real quick and see what's going on because that.
Okay. Roll me investigation.
That'd be a 7 search something. Nah.
7? No. You do stumble upon one, but it's mostly just for basic tools, nails, small hammers, some clamps, some priors.
Alright. I'm done.
Anything that you would like to do?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head that I think I'll need. So no, not looking for nothing.
Okay.
Just making sure he's safe. Really.
Okay. So just mainly keeping an eye on the benefactor while these
Yeah.
two are looking through the wreckage. Okay. So as you go through, y'all do find occasionally some what look to be pretty bad junker cars. But even they're kind of destroyed beyond belief, either from crashing or just something coming through. So, at this point, you do find your way, making your way out of the upper district of the Undercity and into the lower. In this area, you find that the water is moving faster in the spots where it's exposed. You do notice that the walkways aren't as well kept in this area. As the ones before this still weren't exactly, pristine city square roads. So it's one of those things where you'll have to take a half pace just to make sure you're not slipping off, stepping into something, or anything like that. So it does slow down your pace a bit. As you are going through, the smell of smoke and fire fills the air down here. As you can hear in the distance, multiple sounds of either crying, screaming, or ungodly wails of unknown creatures. As you come down to this area, you find 3 major paths. One that looks to go down what would have been a market square in this area. One that seems to be a maintenance path mainly used for upkeep of the few mechanisms down here of essentially damming mechanisms to halt the water flow, or just main sanitation mechanisms to turn on lights, turn off lights, and different sanitation materials. And then the final one seems to be kind of a rough, almost what looks to be a handmade tunnel that goes out of the natural path of the sewer system itself.
Since the benefactor, any idea which way it gets us out?
All I know is as long as we move south, we'll eventually get to where we need to go. Mr. Officer, you live in the Undercity. Which path would be best for you?
In my personal opinion, I would say the maintenance. But because I think the middle one, the Market Street, would be a little packed. So I would say maintenance, but I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. I'm not gonna make it all for our own. So I don't know where that third one goes.
I'm okay with the maintenance.
Roll me a intelligence check. I'll give you advantage because you live down here.
A 6 and
And your modifier will work backwards. So you want to get under your intelligence.
I got a 6 and a 2.
So 2?
And my intelligence is 10.
Yeah. So you remember it pretty well. You may not know where that tunnel goes, but you know that there was a person by the name of the Rat King who his people tend to make these maze-like tunnels that go off the beaten path.
I'm gonna take back that last one if he doesn't know. I know that there's a person called the Rat King that makes tunnels like those, but they're pretty mazy for what I understand.
But you still wouldn't know where
I
it goes.
don't know where it goes.
So main thoroughfare, we can definitely tell our sense of direction.
Yeah.
You just about, yeah. It's still an underground sewer, so it has more of a grid-like pattern for it. But you can, it's a bit wider of an area.
I'd rather take the wider space. I
Alright.
can see the enemy coming.
Well then I guess the middle tunnel then, right? Because it would be the one with the white space.
That's the one that goes down the thoroughfare of the market, essentially.
He said, well then, let's take the middle one if you like to see where they're coming from.
Would give us paths for retreat if we're stuck in a maintenance tunnel. There's only 2 ways, and they both could end in disaster.
Okay, then let's go this way then. Now, as you are entering towards an actual city area, you will notice that the screams and everything start to get closer. How would you like to enter? You can attempt to stealth, you can try to maneuver around, or you can just bullheart it and chug through.
Our benefactor, he walks with a cane. Is it due to style or injury?
Make me medicine check.
Good thing I'm jack of all trades. And that doesn't matter. Yeah. That's a 5 total.
It at least looks pretty stylish. It's a nice cane with what looks to be a diamond head.
Let's see. The spell silence is a zone spell that's stationary, isn't it? It doesn't stick to objects, it just sits in place?
Silence, if it's direct silence, it's casting on somebody.
Okay, but it doesn't follow them, does it?
For duration of the spell, they can't talk, make any noise. It essentially makes them mute. So it's a way to counter spellcasters who require verbal components,
Yes. Okay. I was trying to think, cause
like other bards.
yeah, because I have silence, and I didn't know if we could silence ourselves and the area around us and move very quietly.
No, this spell silence just mutes one person, and they can't speak, but you can still hear them moving.
Because it's the same.
Pass without trace is
the same as
one
my
that.
silence, and basically, yeah.
I was misunderstanding it.
Pass without trace is the one that gives you additional stealth and extra.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Or ranger.
Okay.
Or College of Whispers.
I think some clerics get it too.
Yeah, Trickster Cleric.
Okay, so
We can roll that one out.
I'll turn to the orc, speaking in Orcish. In your professional opinion of the undead, would it be better for us to simply bet on them not being able to detect us in stealth, or to just charge in and hope they can't keep up with us?
Depends on the type.
From what we've seen at the mansion,
We could outpace them.
we could outpost them. I'll turn to the benefactor.
Oh, by the way, I spoke right back to him in common. Because I kind of think it's rude that he's doing this.
Gotcha. The benefactor will look at you and go, it's okay if you're being defensive on my part. I can speak Orcish as well. It's fine.
Then I'll just go back to common.
Level
Okay.
4 nobles, my man. They know just about every language.
I'll go back to common then. So then, shall we take our chances? How will your leg hold up?
Oh, it's fine. I
Enough
just
talk.
use this
Let's
for-
go.
Oh,
I start walking.
okay.
towards-
My apologies.
The more orc in me in.
So, are you just choosing to go for a forced march
I'm
pace?
walking right down the
Okay,
center
so-
of the road.
So
right
let's go.
Forced
Let's
march
go.
is 3 times your speed.
Yep.
So it's just below a run. And on a march,
Man.
you go with your slowest paced party member. So he only has a movement speed of 30, so that'd be 120 feet.
I'm only 32. So
30.
30.
Okay. So perfect. Everyone has the same movement speed.
We're good.
So, as you are essentially trying to make your way through this area, just kind of same formation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, do perception checks. Okay, so as you're going through, you do see some panicked citizens who are running in this way, this way, and it seems like some of the abominations are mainly just focusing on them, and they don't seem to see you just yet. However, as you make your way and you're almost finally out of the main square, it seems a little bit more desolate over here. So it seems like everyone was being pushed further or towards you as you were making your way here. If everyone would like, because you are being wary from what I've heard, make me a perception check, please.
Oh, I got another one.
Dire roll.
Yeah,
Dire roll. Dire roll.
Trigger dice.
Dire roll.
19.
Okay.
This is die.
So it'll just be your straight wisdom score.
So my straight wisdom is just 10.
So it'll be counted as a 10.
22.
22.
12.
12. Alright, hey. You got higher than him.
I'm a police.
I'm a police. Yeah.
I should be able to notice.
So, as you are kind of moving up, you're the only one who kind of hears this moving behind the scenes. It's one of those things that you can tell it's something trying to keep itself from being noticed just yet. What do you do? As you hear 2 different noises. Okay, so with him getting into stance, you will have essentially 1 reaction to do. As you see your compatriot get immediately into a weaponized stance.
I'll turn around, scimitars out, like basically keeping the benefactor in the middle.
Okay?
I am going. So a reaction is just what I do.
Yeah, just a simple, quick action.
Yeah, he just all you hear is the gun click and he points in the direction wherever he faced.
Okay. So, I will need everyone to roll me a initiative roll as your orc friend was able to prevent their surprise action, or their surprise round.
You make up your mind if you want to go low or go high.
Oh, it can't be as bad as mine. I had an 8.
As 2 carrion crawlers
Ooh.
I think I fought one of them before. Another campaign.
make their way out from one of the alleys on each side of you. But they seem off. But you can make a perception check on your turn for a free action if you'd like. So, all right. Okay, we'll go ahead and start counterclockwise.
8.
What's your dex?
My dex is a 16, so it's a.
Okay, so you will be going just before you tied with the benefactor. So I'll just count you as 8.5.
Okay.
All right, Sir Orc.
18.
18. All right, back to strong. All right.
13.
13. All right.
Back over 13.
Okay, so that means, what is your dex?
So
So orc. What's your dex?
Oh, +1. So it was 17 +1 is 9.
Well, no. What is your dex score?
Oh, it is a
Because you tied
12.
with the crawlers.
12.
12? Okay, so you will be going just after the crawlers. So they'll have an 18.5. Alright, so they will be moving in. I don't. Here. Alright, so as they move forward, you see two giant mandibles unfold from inside of their mouth as the ooze of their saliva drips. I'm going to need a contesting strength score as they come crashing down on the bodies of the officer and the cleric. And I will roll and then get scores as I do. What was your strength?
I was 18.
18? Alright, so you will just be grappled as it got a 19 on its. And then good Sir Orc.
Yeah. That's a nat 20.
Woo!
Alright, for a total strength check of
23.
23. Remember, you times 2 your multiplier whenever
26.
you. Alright. So you will beat his 19 as you shake off the mandibles and push them back, and you feel your arm get trapped kind of by the shoulder of the other carrion crawler. In which case, it gets its second attack as it's going to crunch on you as it has you in the grapple. And it will be counted as an automatic hit for 1d8 bludgeoning. And that will be a total of 8 points of bludgeoning. Okay. Then that will be the end of their turn for now. Alright. Good Sir Orc.
Mm-hmm. I am going to this one right here.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to go ahead and cast Bane on it.
Okay. And what's the save?
Charisma.
Alright. And that is a total
And
of
I'm gonna cast
18.
it. Hold on, because I'm gonna cast it at. Sorry, I'm gonna cast it at second level, so I'm gonna burn a second level spell for this, which means I can put it on 2 creatures and everything like that.
Okay.
Alright, yep. So,
Okay. So the one that's on you got an 18.
okay, so it says,
And that is a natural 1 for the other one.
so it will, you get minus D4 off of any of its saves or attacks.
Alright.
Okay.
And you'll roll the d4. Keep that in mind. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Nope.
That's it.
Okay. That then brings it to good Sir Officer.
Alright.
Ossifer.
I am going to waste another one and hopefully that we don't get in a big fight. And I'm going to do another Giant's Might on it. Two
Okay.
Giant's Might where both of the shoulder pads go up and it's huge.
You get huge. Okay. So you'll take up this entire square here.
And I have advantage on strength checks and other saving throws. Strength,
Mhm.
yeah, strength and strength saving.
So as you grew to essentially its size category, it will have to do another strength contest with you. So,
So do I roll again?
Yep.
Alright.
and you'll get advantage because of your ability.
He's not right next to me.
All right.
And 18
plus 4. So yep, that'll beat it. It only had a 16. So it forcibly loosens its maws. You essentially grow twice your size.
Just say, get off. Is that what we're supposed to, now that, so I have both of my actions still?
Yes.
I go to hit it.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit it again.
Slam down with that sword.
A 13 plus.
13 plus
Six.
7. Yeah, that's gonna hit.
So,
2d10
2d10s, yeah. I
plus
go-
4. You got this.
That's not. 7 and a 9. Or is it a 6? That's a 9.
Yeah, that's a 9. So that's 16, so 20 damage.
20 damage. And then my next action, I'm going to attempt to grapple it now.
So, I do apologize. As you only have 2 attacks, they have to be 2 melee
So it has
attacks.
to be 2, okay. Well,
Yeah.
then I'll do 2 melee. So. That's 14. So 8.
So 14 plus 7, yeah, that hits.
So 9 damage. 4 and a 9.
So 13,
12?
so 13, 4 and 9 is 13,
Yeah.
plus 4, so 17 more damage. For a total of 37 damage so far. Alright. Next up, anything else?
That's all.
Okay,
So that's good.
then we have our good Sir Noble.
Alright, I'm going to slip over here, and I'm going to make an attack.
Alright.
Ooh, that's going to be 8 plus 6, which will be
Well, 14,
14.
it'll just miss.
Alright, second attack.
As it glances off the carapace.
8.
8, no good.
Alright, and then my bonus action attack. 2. So that will be an 8.
An 8, no sir.
Wow. That's everything I had.
Okay, so then we go to the benefactor, who is gonna give you a good old tap on your ankle and go, "You got this, big man." I'm just gonna move back a bit, thank you. And he's scooting back just a bit, still within y'all's sight, but enough away to not get in your way. All right, that will be the end of his turn. So back up to top of turn order with the carrion crawlers. You notice as this thing starts to look a little off. You hear, as well as you on the one you're fighting, you see its body as far as its back goes, and you start hearing as you see part of the carapace itself breaking in the back as 2 wings unfurl. And they're still going to be in these spots. I do have flying indicators, but they are a pain with large creatures. So you 2 will get an attack of opportunity on this one, and you will get an attack of opportunity on yours as it flies up 15 feet.
Nat 20.
Alright, yeah.
I got 13. I don't think I hit it.
13 total?
Yeah, 13 total.
It will miss.
Let's see, 6 plus 7 is 13.
13, yeah.
I'm gonna miss.
Alright, and then double total damage. So, you're using your mace, right?
Yeah.
What's your strength score?
3. So that'd be 6.
Times 2 is 12.
12.
Alright, yeah. 12 bludgeoning as you fling it, and you can even see part of its body take the impact as it's flying up, but it still maintains its flight. So, 12 on the second. Okay. So, and then they are going to, very similar to what you saw coming out of the maw early on in the mansion. You're going to see a black ichor starting to form from their mouth as their own mandibles and exoskeleton start to crack down. And as it does, you see what looks to be razor teeth on what looks to be a fleshy, almost gum-like appendage, as if it was a mouth inside of a mouth. And I am going to need the half elf as well as the orc to make a dex save for half damage.
A 12. I got a 12 max. Combat is not my thing.
And I have an 8.
A what?
8.
8. Okay. So you both will take 11 points of necrotic damage. As you feel this black ichor almost seep into your very pores themselves. And you can start to feel a bit of this corrupted ink, almost like feeling inside of your body. Okay. And they're going to maintain flight. So they are 15 feet in the air currently.
Okay.
Let's see here. And then, which is going to be 5 feet just out of your range. So you can use your movement to jump, which will then allow you to get one attack. You won't be able to use multi-attack, but you'll at least get one attack. If you had a reach weapon, it would be within range. But you can shoot it.
Yeah, no, that's why I got it. Because I do it too. There's a fun.
All right. Then that puts it to our mystery cleric.
Oh, we're not dealing with this. Guiding bolt level 3 on the one flying.
Above you?
Yep.
Or okay. Roll the hit.
Oh.
That will be a 24, sir.
That'll hit. Roll that sweet bean footage.
Success.
Yeah.
I get this all done in one shot.
D6.
Give me 2 more.
By your powers combined.
Yeah, I need
One more. I'll find it.
It's the gambling dice. It's the basic dice.
I know, I couldn't find one. Eyes weren't working.
So we got
Okay.
Oh.
We got, that's 10, 15, 20 plus 23 points of damage. Radiant.
23, alright, and it is doubling it, correct?
It was a 19.
Oh, it was a 19. Oh, I thought you got a nat 20. My
No,
apologies.
no.
Okay.
Anyway, that's back to the appropriate parties.
Alright, for a total of?
23 points of damage.
Alright. 23 force damage.
Is it force or radiant?
It's
Guiding bolt?
yeah, it's force. Sorry,
Sorry.
I kept saying radiant when it's the other thing I'm thinking of.
You choose.
But if anyone hits it next, they also have advantage on it.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Anything else? You still have your bonus free and movement.
We'll stay right there.
Alright.
I think I've got its attention.
Smack! Alright. Our now giant police officer.
I'm gonna shoot him. The gun.
First attack has advantage.
Well, if he aims for the one that...
No, the.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Got
Well,
me on the ankle.
Yep,
So you
first
got
melee
this.
attack.
Oh.
So if you jump and hit it with your sword, you'll have advantage.
Yeah, I'll jump and hit it with this.
Okay? Yeah, you won't even have to roll the jump. You get a base 5 from your height.
13. 16 damage? 16.
16 to hit.
16 to hit, yeah.
It'll just hit.
Yeah. So you again. A 9 and a 3.
So 12 plus your 4, so 16 slashing damage coming down with that sword. 3, and it will have to make a flight check. And it's not a natural 1, but it will biff that flight check as it comes careening down 15 feet, which
Oh, it made a
means...
save.
Oh.
You got a -3 off that.
Alright, so it's a 0.
He's on the floor.
So yeah, he is having to fall, and since it was 15 feet, it'll be 1d6. Alright, yeah, he takes full 6 damage as it smacks down. And it is not looking too good.
Do I still get one more attack? Or is it
Yep, since it's on the ground now,
I get to hit it
you
again.
used your movement to jump, and you're using a melee attack to follow up with a melee attack.
That's a 12. Yeah, it's a 12. 2.
Plus 7.
Yeah.
So 19?
19.
19 will hit.
Oh, that's not the right one. Got him. So I rolled the 10 one.
You don't even have to roll. It had
It's
1
dead.
HP.
It's dead.
What was the total damage?
It was even with just the one. It was 5. It's
Yeah, you cut it in twain as it's trying to get back up. You just. It is dead. As it falls off to each side, you see that same black ichor-like blood that was flowing from the previous. But with that, I will need. So being a large creature, every creature within 5 feet of it to make a dex save, which will include you and our noble half-elf.
Alright, that's gonna be a dirty 20.
Okay, you'll be fine.
a dex save?
Yep, it's either a save or fail.
8.
8 total?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I think I missed.
you adeptly jump back 5 feet as once it starts to hit your shoes, you can actually start to feel the heat bubbling up underneath your sole. As when the blood reaches your feet, with you getting large, there's more, the holes in your normal clothing are a bit more
Yeah.
prominent now. You take 5 points of acid damage
Oh,
as
yeah.
the blood reacts to organic material and starts fizzing and bubbling.
So 5?
Made a mistake touching it with this. The good thing I touched it earlier with
It
the
was
sword.
not a mistake touching it with the sword. Had you reached down and touched it with your hand,
That's right.
medium to small does not have enough blood to pull out that fast. Large and above does. And with that, he's dead, but I'm going to leave him here just as a reminder of the blood being 5 feet around him. As it is a very noticeable, steaming, acidic, bubbling pile. As it's reacting with all of the natural viscera that's been on the ground already. Reacting much like a gelatinous cube does.
Ah. Oh.
Alright, anything else?
Can I use my bonus action to dash? Or did I already use it?
You used your movement already, so it's going to kind of hold you there.
Alright, well, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. So we follow it up with our noble elf.
How high is this one over here?
15 feet.
15 feet. And how tall is he?
He is normally 6 foot. Well, he's just into large, so he's roughly 12 foot.
It would not be possible for me to use acrobatics to climb and jump off.
He's friendly. You can have advantage with it.
Check.
I have.
Part of my rules for this whole campaign, one of them is rule of cool. Make me a acrobatics check.
I have not only proficiency but expertise with acrobatics.
There we go. I will let you have advantage as long as he's willing to help you.
I call up to him.
He's
It's
not
like
gonna stop him.
Yeah.
He'll help him. So I'm sure.
free action. I'm gonna yell out to you. It's like,
Help me up.
help me up.
Yeah, he'll help him for sure. He's like, okay.
So you have advantage. You have advantage.
Yeah.
You have advantage.
That's a 13 plus 9, so that's gonna be a 20.
21.
22.
22. My apologies. Thank you. So yeah, you climb him with ease as your first normal foothold on your own attempt. You feel yourself falling, but quickly you feel a hand get underneath your slipping foot and shove you up, which then allows you to run up and over his shoulders and make that leap. Go ahead for that melee attack.
This is gonna probably end horribly.
It's fine.
You got this.
13
You have advantage.
plus
Remember, it's a
6.
melee attack, and he was guided bolted.
Oh yeah. Got it bolted. Oh, nice.
Natural 20. All right, let's go. Let's
Right,
go.
so what-
Because of you passing that that basically cinematic scene here,
yes.
I will give you a automatic full-on dice.
I'm gonna use Bardic Inspiration to do the mobile flourish,
Okay.
and so he's gonna be able to move 5 feet. Basically, I'm trying to swat him down out of the air.
Go for it. You will have immediate max on your damage dice.
So
Keep that in
because of
mind.
that, this will be a 8 and a 6. Because of mobile flourish, the bardic inspiration, it adds 8 feet to that push, so it's gonna be 5 plus 8, so it's gonna knock it 10 feet. I'm gonna try and knock it 10 feet down.
Okay. So and double your total damage.
So 8 plus 12 plus 8 is no, I just do that twice, so that's gonna be 40, right?
So
No, I'm
8
sorry.
damage from the D8,
Yeah, 28.
6 from the D6. So that's going to be 12 plus 16.
Yeah, 20.
Plus your
Oh.
weapon modifier damage.
28 plus. That's also doubled.
Yep.
So that's gonna be 6.
For a total of
28, 30, 34.
34.
34.
Alright.
And then as a bonus action, I'm going to use Healing Word. Mass Healing Word. Just.
Okay, so as you do this, you essentially did over half of its health in damage, and it was already past half health to begin with by 1 point. So you can, as you are slicing through this thing, its body flying apart, spurts of blood raining down and away because of how you cut it. So as your healing word goes off with this accompanying rain behind you, how do you heal?
It's a verbal component, so I'm gonna go take into account of the city. It's like the golden glory of the dragon be seen.
Alright, roll that heal.
Wait, that's a D20. It's a D4. 3 plus my modifier of 3, so 6. And so me, Sir Orc, and our police officer friend all healed for 6 damage.
Alright. And as the body lands and pools, we will be going out of combat, but I will need a dex save from you, good Sir Orc, as well as when you land,
Yes.
I will need a dex save from you. But I will give you advantage because of the cinematic. You'll have advantage.
9 plus 6, so that's going to be a 15.
15? Alright, you're good.
6.
Sir Orc. Okay, 1d6 of acid damage as you feel it. Oh, you recognize the sensation almost like whenever you were in the gelatinous cube as well. For 5 points of acid damage.
Good news is, you got. It's almost like taking no damage.
His physical wounds are healed, but some of the organic pelts on him are not.
Oh.
That requires mending. Do you have mending?
Yes, actually I do.
So you can fix some of the cuts and openings and then now mess up parts of your lower pelts on your clothing.
As he did that, all I could picture my guy's like, "Ah, well done!" As he just raised his sword over, you saw him cut it in half.
Yeah. Alright. So, as they lay dying, the sound of hissing acid burning into whatever organic materials on the ground, you can hear the screaming that was at least nearby has completely silenced. You can still hear people running due to the echoes in the Undercity itself, but it seems for now the passage forward is safe. And you are no longer dying, my good sir.
Yes. No longer giant man. Got one of those left.
That attempt was made.
Shall we?
Thank you.
Shall we assume our positions?
Yeah.
I would not be against it.
Let's keep moving.
Okay. So, as you make your way through this, already, even before the events, the city wasn't exactly anywhere close to being pristine, but even further ruined remains of what used to at least be a well-lived-in Undercity. You do find your way at least to what looks to begin to be the exit maintenance tunnel for the sewage system. You can see the major grate that is essentially filtering the sewage and waste out of the water as it makes its way out and down the mountainside. Everyone make me a perception check. And it is a sound-based perception check, if it helps anyone.
Why do my perception check always suck?
That is a 15 for the benefactor.
It's a 9.
A 9.
9.
21.
Oh, okay. I was about to
I'm
say.
glad you're here.
So,
Are you proficient in perception?
he's a cleric, so the wisdom needs to be at least a little high.
Yeah.
So, the benefactor barely hears it, doesn't think too much of it. The two of you are too focused on everything that's recently happened, as so many things have kind of come out of the woodworks to try and halt your progress. But you hear what sounds like the straining of pipes. You hear the water almost as if it sounds clogged for a moment. And then you hear like something had clogged it and has now been finally pushed loose by water pressure and is being thrown around, essentially. As you are listening and looking up as you hear the water pipes from essentially the ceiling that filter out this way, make me a perception check with advantage. Just our good orc here.
Another 21.
21, alright. You notice just before the grate, the ceiling there is starting to crack and give way. What do you do?
Above us, in front, or just
So-
directly above us?
This is the entirety of the field.
Right.
There is nothing obstructing you or anything like that. As you enter in, Mr. Benefactor, no. It is roughly right here, as the grate is this entire wall.
Great.
And it's right here on the ceiling, about 30 feet up.
Oh, this has not been a good day.
As the water pressure that was built up finally breaks through the pipes,
me say.
What do you mean?
causing the ceiling
Oh, no.
to crack and give way as rubble falls. But that's not the end of it. As the water rushes, you notice one corpse shoot out and get stuck against the grate. Another corpse, followed by multiple more, as it almost seems to be piling up and cluttering this entire filter grate, as they seem to almost be splat by the water pressure itself. Some of the more softer bodies getting more of an impact and kind of squishing down onto others, but they seem to be twitching and writhing. Some of them almost shouting out for help, as if that's the only word they know. Others are just making incoherent babbling noises. Others are screaming as if in an internal life of pain. And as these bodies begin to twitch and the sounds of painful screams are heard echoing, and the people screaming for help start to writhe in almost undescribable torture, you notice as the bodies begin to slowly move into themselves,
Ooh, that's not good.
almost amassing into one giant form. And as they do, I need everyone to roll initiative. As
Oh, yes.
a zombie clot forms in front of you.
Oh, nice. I get to die to a model I sold you.
Yeah!
No.
As multiple bodies are screaming, help! 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 Others are just, ah! 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 There is no coherent language between them besides the common tongue in pain.
What is that move called?
Alright. Alright. Good sir officer. What's your initiative?
It is 5. It is 8.
8?
Yeah.
Alright. Good Sir Orc.
13.
13, alright.
A
Sir
19.
Hey, there we go! Finally, your first initiative roll over at
You
10.
can go over and talk to it first.
Yes.
Alright, and then you got a total of 17 plus 2. Alright, so first up, Good Sir Half Elf.
I would like to,
You can't run away.
yeah, no.
I mean, you can, but there's other things back behind you.
Yeah, there's no good place here. That thing looks super dangerous. So I would like to use heat metal on one of my scimitars.
Okay, do keep in mind that can hurt you as well,
Oh, you're right. Never mind. Yeah, because
as you are holding it.
Yes, you're right. Never mind. I was thinking, and I did not take that into account.
It's all good, no worries.
Oh shoot. Man. I am 5, 10, 15.
Hey, good thing you have one more use of your giant.
I've got other things.
I'm gonna move up to here and just ready in action to attack if it comes. No, it's gonna. What am I talking about? It's not gonna come in my range. I'm just gonna move there and take. Is it the defensive action?
Yes, so you're gonna increase your AC by 3.
Yes.
Okay.
That will push my AC over to 20. We'll push it to 20.
Okay.
And that's it.
Alright, next up is the clot itself. Let's see here. Alright. So it's taking a second for it to load up in my notes. Okay. So. Okay. It is going to run up. Let's see here. Come on. Where's your speed? There it is. As you can almost, as if it's reacting to the bodies themselves, reaching out for help, as that's all they can scream to you. It comes charging.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt.
And it's going to dash. 60. And its arm kind of pushed you, so I do apologize.
It's just him smacking me.
Yeah, you're alright.
Yeah.
And then,
1,000
Right
little
there.
hands. Oh.
do what?
Oh, just, yeah, you have hands. And that thing, it just, that's basically.
Alright. So, as it had to move and dash. Alright. It is going. Let's see here.
Is this a monstrosity or just huge?
For its size category, it is huge. And I'm sure it goes without saying, it does count as undead. But yeah, it is huge undead. Okay, and then it's going to make 2 slam attacks. Let's see here. Okay, so what is its intelligence again? Okay, yeah, no, it's gonna go for what looks to be 2 biggest threats to it. Okay. Okay, so with its abysmal intelligence, I had rolled 1, 2, 3. It's gonna view you and him as the 2 biggest threats to it right now.
Not even a big threat yet.
Don't worry, you're immune to crits.
Yay!
Me, on the other hand,
You, on the other hand, not so much.
I have a 20 AC. Do the math.
I'm immune to crits, that is
Yeah.
all.
Alright, so first slam attack will go in the 1 through 3 order, so you'll be getting the first attack on you.
Alright.
Plus 8. Because, yep, you're within its reach. So that's going to be a 22.
Oh, fuck.
Alright. I'll take that as you saying yes, that hits, David. That's
Wait,
like, throw my own dice. You know, this blood splatter dice is just really appropriate.
Oh, wait. That's
That'll be 14 damage of bludgeoning. And then it's using its other big meaty claw as a natural 1 as it tries to slam down on you. Now, with dire rolls on a natural 1 for an attack, both for you and the enemy, you get to get an opportunity attack.
Get hit. That's gonna be 17.
17. We'll beat it. It's armor class. Go, go, go.
That's gonna be 6 plus 3, so that's gonna be 9 points of damage.
9 points of slashing damage.
Yes.
Alright. Alright. That will be the end of its turn. Let me see here. Alright, now then, any creature that's starting its turn within 10 feet of it will have to make me a, let's see here, Constitution saving throw. Alright, so next up we have the Benefactor. And he is luckily 15 feet away from it. He can smell it, but it's not affecting him just yet. Alright, he is going to look over to you, good Sir Orc, and go, I know I haven't said much to you this time, but its weak spot is more than likely its head. Zzz. You got this. And as he pats you, similar to how they've been feeling a sense of renewed vigor, you feel your muscles almost get a slight boost. Your next successful melee attack is going to have +2 to its damage. And you'll have another +2 to the attack roll.
Okay.
No advantage, but +2 to the attack, +2 to damage. Alright, and then he's going to use his free action to say, I'm going to start working on the gates to get it open. Just stay alive. And he's going to 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30. And he's going to use his action just to get to another 30. 25, 30, and he's going to start working on the electrical unit panel that's on this side of the wall. But he uses action, bonus action, movement, so he's going to have to do it on his next turn. Okay, that is the end of his turn. Good Sir Orc, it is now yours. The Thunder is a paid actor.
So I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Sanctuary on myself.
Okay, and the range on Sanctuary
Self.
is so. Well, no, I mean like it has a radius.
It is self. Basically, the warded creature within range until the end of spell. Until the spell ends, any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or a harmful spell must make a Wisdom saving throw, and if failed, must choose a new target.
Okay, sorry, I was getting confused with the Pathfinder Sanctuary.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so it's a Wisdom save.
Yes.
Okay. All right, you still have a bonus free movement.
No, I have. That was a bonus action.
Oh, that was a bonus action. Okay, then yeah, you have an
that's a bonus
action.
action.
All right.
And as an action, I will go ahead and roar.
All right, charging straight into it. Real quick, at the beginning of your turn, I'll still let you get that off. I still need you to make me a con save because of the stench.
I was outside the 10 feet.
Were you?
Yeah, because I was here. Because the benefactor was here.
5 to yep.
5 to 10.
Yep, you're good.
So,
My apologies.
next time.
Yeah,
Next time
okay.
you got me.
All right. Roll the hit. Remember, you get an additional +2 to this.
And he's huge, right? So we get advantage against huge creatures since we're only large.
Yes. Well, since you're medium.
Not medium. So, one was a dirty 20, the other is 21.
21, that'll hit.
So, 9 points of bludgeoning damage to it.
All right. All right. Anything else?
That's it.
All right. Next up, we have Mr. Officer.
Alright, I'm going to move from 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, I'll move 30 there. And then I'm going to go and shoot it.
That 9 points of damage, did you add the extra 2 from the spell? Okay.
I'm going to shoot at it from right there.
Okay. You get advantage on the attack.
And then get that. So 4
And then
plus
roll again.
3, 18.
18 plus 6. Yeah, that'll definitely hit. Shoot.
What was the damage? It was 2d6s, right?
Go to your pepper box. It's under your actions.
Yeah.
You were on that.
Yeah, I was on it. I was just down one.
You good? Pepper box.
I can read. 1d10 plus.
Mm-hmm.
7 and an 8.
7 and an 8, so 15 plus 3. So 18 damage. All right. And that's your first attack.
And then I'm going to shoot it again as a second attack.
All right, do it.
That is a 2, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a 2, but you get advantage.
4. Didn't get.
4. So 4 plus 8 is 12.
Yeah.
That'll just miss. All right, anything else? You still have your bonus action and a free action.
I'll use my bonus action right now just to do Giant Smite right now. Giant Smite right now.
Giant Smite, all right. Your
I'm big now.
runes glow bright as your body extends into your giant form.
Last one. Hopefully it's not a fight after this. I don't think there will be. But
Oh, there'll be a long rest if we pass through this without dying.
yeah.
All right, so that is the end of your turn, my good sir. Back up to top of turn order
Alright,
with our good sir Noble Elf here, half elf.
Constitution.
Okay.
That's a 13 plus 1, so that's going to be a 14.
14, it just fails.
Okay. What bad effect do I take?
Oh, there it is. You take 2d8 poison damage, and you are poisoned until the start of the creature's next turn. So, till the start of your next turn, you're poisoned.
Okay, so I have disadvantage on all attacks.
No, poisoned. Let's see here, just to get the exact verbiage. I have all the status effects over here. Poison. A poison creature has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Yes, sir.
Alright.
All right.
So I take 2d8.
Yes. For a total of 8.
8.
8 poison damage.
So that's going to be...
As you feel yourself retching from just the scent of this.
Oof. Okay, that's not good. Alright, so I'm going to... Let's see. 5, 10... I'm going to move to here.
Okay.
Let's see. 10 foot... is he within... Are you within 10 feet? No, you're just without 10 feet. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to cast... for my action...
Oh no, he's within 10 feet.
He is. Then I'm going to move one
The-
more. My companion. Alright, I'll move one more then. Because I'm going to cast...
Oh, I thought you were talking about from the
No.
monster. Okay, no. He's out of.
Yeah.
He's 15 feet from.
I'm
you.
going to cast Trimmer.
Okay.
No, sorry. The spell is called Earth Trimmer. I cause a 10-foot radius around, centered on me. I cause a tremor. They have to make a dex save, or take 1d6 of bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone.
Okay,
And
so
if the ground is loose earth or stone, it becomes difficult terrain. But imagine this is all worked stuff.
yeah, it's all worked.
So yeah. So DC to beat will be a dex save 13.
It will fail the deck save. However, as you see it like falling over, almost as if it's going prone, you see the body is almost jettisoned out as extra feet as it catches itself. You would, mechanic-wise, it's immune to being knocked prone.
Okay.
But
so
it still takes full damage.
full damage or just a decent? Oh yeah, 3 damage.
3? Alright.
Bonus action. Let's see. Give me just a moment. Yeah. Bonus action. Healing word on myself.
Okay.
And it's just gonna be, oh, have mercy. That's gonna be 4.
Hey, 4 is better than nothing.
Yes. Okay. And that's all I have.
Okay. So, after you, good sir, is the clot itself. So, see here. It is going to look for the biggest threat, which now actually is the biggest thing on the field. Biggest threat. I say that because I'm looking at the cleric. Biggest threat to an undead.
I can.
Yeah. Go ahead and turn him, and he's gonna move towards him. So
And he leaves my.
he does not, sadly.
Ah.
It's essentially just a pivot for it.
Stupid funny face. Roar. I will have to hit
Get onto him for being 5 feet too close,
I
okay?
know. Should have got him farther away.
And you notice it doesn't even turn. It almost looks like the massive bodies just flip.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel nice.
And this entire time they are screaming for help. That's the only noticeable word out of this massive bodies. Alright, so it is going to put both slam attacks on you right now.
Alright. Try not to kill him.
That first one is a 13.
I guess he's.
And that second one is a 16, which I believe should miss as well.
Has to pass the 18.
Okay, so you see here. All right. You see here. Yeah. 2 within range. It's going to notice the thing that was trying to knock it over and the thing that was glowing right next to it. And with its minimal intelligence. Okay. And it's a wisdom save, correct? If it tries to target you with an attack?
Yep.
Is it specifically melee or any attack?
Any attack.
Alright.
Spell attack, melee attack, or anything, and it has to make a wisdom saving throw.
There's one. That is a natural 1 on its wisdom save. So
yeah,
it must choose a
choose another new target.
Okay, then it's going to go after the other one that it was contemplating.
This is gonna hurt.
As you're going to see it rear up an arm, and almost as if the body starts to detach into a ball, you're going to see it fling this small ball of corpses at you.
Okay. AC
So-
is 17.
With that, detached clumps of... So the zombie flings a detached clump of corpses at a creature that it sees within 30 feet yourself. You must succeed on a strength saving throw.
Strength. Oh no. That's an abysmal 5.
5. So, as you do your best to take this impact and you do your best to try and hold it down, you end up taking... ...18 points of bludgeoning damage.
I am unconscious.
Okay, so you are now, even before you go unconscious, you are entombed in dead flesh. A creature entombed in dead flesh is restrained, has total cover against attacks and other effects outside the dead flesh, and takes 3d6 necrotic damage at the start of each of its turns. The creature can be freed if the dead flesh is destroyed. The dead flesh is a large object. Okay. So that will be the end of its turn as it used up its bonus action. And we now go to the benefactor, who is going to do an intelligence check. Okay, yeah, he is starting to push all the right buttons. You do start to hear the grates, the first locking mechanism start to rear off. Alright, that will be the end of his turn.
I'm going to use Stone Rain on it, because it has to be at the end of his turn. It's got to be a creature I can see within 30 feet. He has to do a Wisdom saving throw of 12.
So wait, at the end of a creature's turn? Let me see
Okay.
here. You're fine. When a creature you can see ends its turn within 30 feet of you, you can use your reaction to force the creature to make a Wisdom saving throw. Okay, so you would need to do it at the end of its turn. So I'll just go ahead and back it up since you didn't realize.
I didn't know it was the end of his turn.
So it needs to make a Wisdom saving throw. Unless the save succeeds, the creature is charmed by you for 1 minute. While charmed in this way, the creature has a speed of 0 and is incapacitated.
Sorry.
Descending into a dreamy stupor, the creature, let me see here. What's to say? The creature is charmed. Okay, so you can attempt to do this. I'll go ahead and I'll rewind it for you.
I'm
So go
sorry.
ahead and mark it as used.
If you don't want to do it, I can do it.
No, you're fine.
That's my bad. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, so wisdom save was 12. So it is a natural 20 on the save. However, you notice that it kind of, you hit it with the stone effect, but it almost looks like it doesn't even penetrate anything. You would get the assumption it's immune to being charmed.
I had a feeling it was going to happen, but I still want to try it. See if that's going to stop me.
Okay. So, with that, he gets the first lock undone. Boom. Following up, we have Rain. Come on. We then have Good Orc. Good Sir Orc.
Oh.
You now notice that there isn't much of a fight happening underneath the clump of dead flesh that was once an ally in battle.
Yep. Ah, little man. Can I even see him in this clump? Is he visible or anything like that?
He's visible, but it's hard to get like a hand past the writhing flesh on top of him.
Oh, he's dead. Alright, so.
But you can tell it counts as an undead creature in front of you.
So it does count as a creature.
It is, yes. It is, the dead flesh is a large object, but it has the undead feature. It has no brain of its own, so it can't be affected by charm or anything like that. I'm giving you this information as a cleric yourself. You would have an understanding of something like this.
You just had to fall over.
I know, yeah. That 18 though. Oh, I forget hit points are king when it comes to melee, not AC.
ACs are nice though, sometimes. Sometimes they miss, sometimes they don't.
This is also the problem with a dex fighter.
Mm-hmm. So what would you like to do, sir? By the way, the music that's currently playing is called Now or Never.
Yeah, and here you got me.
Mixed with some war drums.
Alright, so I cannot reach him.
You would have to destroy the obstruction in the way.
Alright.
Hey, it's understandable, yeah. This is the end of him, like, makes sense. It's a one shot.
Yeah, no, this is. Yeah, no, because it will take. Either way, we're hosed with you because what I can do as the cleric that I am and everything like that.
I mean, I might not die. I'm not bleeding out. I'm just sitting
Yeah.
at 0.
Now I have to hold off what I wanted to do and do something else.
It's fine. I
I'm
It's
going
okay.
to spend my action carrying him out of this.
Okay, so you're going to have to essentially attack this flesh. That's the only way you can find. You can't find a way to tear the flesh off of him. It's almost as if you move one, another thing moves in the way. So you'll have to destroy it as an object. It does count as undead, though.
And turn undead.
Okay.
Alright. So that mound around him and then the big guy himself would also have to make the save throw. He's probably higher than CR half. So he actually is better off.
So wisdom save.
Yes. You could
Okay.
you could screw both of them up and I'd appreciate it.
It is a natural 20 on the dead save. However, the clump doesn't get to make a save,
Okay.
and it is a half CR
Okay, so
as it.
alright.
So you are now no longer covered,
Just unconscious, which is
just
good.
unconscious, because you hit exactly 0.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly 0.
So you are not bleeding out. You're technically stable unconscious, but you're knocking on heaven's door right now.
Yep.
Yeah. That
You are
least-
knocking on heaven's door.
Yeah, that'll allow me to at least do this for my bonus action, which
Please don't attack me.
nope. I don't have that checked off, so you're screwed.
Okay, good.
No worries. He's not dying
Not yet.
yet.
I will have to take a death saving throw next turn, on the beginning of my turn, because I will
You're at
automatically
0.
fail the poison
I'm
check.
done.
Alright.
No, wait,
Poison
I
actually,
believe-
poison doesn't
actually,
do.
I take that back. I need to use my once per day ability to regain one spell slot,
Okay.
and I will use that now.
Okay. And I'm assuming you're using a healing spell.
I'm gaining a spell slot of 3rd level.
Okay. And what are you using?
I can't use it till next turn anyway, so I'm
Oh,
getting my spell
fair
slot
enough.
back.
Okay. So you have a third level spell slot back. All right. Anything else, good sir?
That's it. No, I'm done.
All right. Giant cop.
Yeah, Red Cup.
Yeah, giant cop.
I'm having
I'm
to pull
gonna
all the
take-
tricks out now.
I'm
in
gonna
a
use the
different order.
second win. I get a D10 plus 6 HP. D10 is this roll. Roll, it's a
You're
9.
good. That didn't
You
count.
don't want to count it?
You were.
It was actually good.
That's what the fall off the table.
I was at 8.
8. All right.
Okay. Plus 6.
Remember, you're giant.
Advantage.
2d10. No, not advantage because of their size differences.
Oh, okay.
No,
It's 2d10 because of
I'm big.
his weapon growth.
No, I'm doing second one.
Oh, second
Getting
one.
health back.
Oh, okay, second one. My apologies. So
So-
that was your bonus action.
That's 8 plus 6. So 8,
Make sure to mark it off.
it's 14. I get 14 health back.
All right.
And now I'm gonna hit it.
Now you're gonna hit it.
I'm gonna hit it now.
All right. Hit it. Remember, 2d or roll to attack and then 2d10.
Yeah. That's a 6 plus 7, right?
13.
13. I don't think
That will just hit.
Let's go.
2d10
A 1 and a 0.
and a 10. So 11 on dice.
And plus 4. right?
So 15. All right.
15.
15 slashing. And you second attack?
Oh, fuck.
I mean, you don't have to, but
That's a 20.
natural 20. All right.
Um,
So for a total of 34,
yeah.
that is an automatic max crit.
So.
So that is 10 plus 10 plus 4. So that's 24 times 2.
Which is a lot.
Come on, how much damage is that? 24 times 2.
22 times 2?
24 times 2.
It's 48.
48 heavy damage.
Whack.
All right. All right. Now that's good.
Damage.
All All right. Following after our good sir cop, we're back here to you.
Alright, I am unconscious.
You are unconscious. Go ahead and you're pure unconscious. You're not even making death saves yet.
Yeah, but I still take poison damage, so will this initiate?
You are actually not damaged by the poison effect. Poisoning just gives you disadvantage on attacks and ability scores after the initial damage.
Oh, I already took the initial damage last turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have the rulings on it right here on the back of my board, so it's like, oh, I thought I did an additional 1d6 after. Nope. But yeah, so turn passes.
Yep.
Then we go to the creature itself. It's going to see here. It's all what you did, so it's going to try and make a slam attack on the orc. And the sanctuary still going?
Mm-hmm.
What's the duration?
1 turn.
1 minute?
Yeah.
Okay, so 10 rounds?
Yep.
Gotcha. So
Alright, two.
DC, what wisdom save?
16, sir.
16, and it gets the confused condition, right?
Yeah, it has to pick a new target.
Okay.
Which you're the only one weak.
Yeah.
Nope. So yep, it's gonna come after you next
Bring it.
for the first slam attack,
Must be 18.
and that is not gonna be an 18. That's 14.
You don't have
And
to worry
then
about
for
big
its
swing
second
damage.
attack, for the
I
sanctuary,
don't
is it per attack or per round?
It basically, once it tries, anytime it tries to attack me or any spell goes at me, it has to make a save throw.
Okay, so it's each attack?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Alright, so on the second slam, it's gonna go and then try to hit you again. And natural 1 and on that wisdom save. So it's gonna go to swing at you, get confused, swing over your head, and swing towards the giant fighter in front of it.
Come on, hit me.
Nope. That is a 13 total.
It's,
Alright.
Redirecting everything.
it's
Bonus
missing.
action for its. Oh, nope, that has a charge up. Never mind. Okay. I was about to say, it's just getting frustrated at you at this point. It's just, why can't I hit you? Slam something else.
It's like reverse taunt.
Yeah.
Alright, that will be.
Oh,
Oh, I forgot you were within 10 feet of it whenever you started your turn. So, real quick, make me a con save.
That's a 17. Plus, I don't have con about that. Oh, it's a plus 1, so
Yeah.
18.
And you're fine. So, you did have to make a death save.
Yep.
Because I forgot about the deathly stench. Daniel, good sir, if you can make me a con save, please.
16, so I'm
16 plus your con.
You don't add anything.
Oh, no, that's right. No. That's right. You automatically fail because you're unconscious. So, that's a save.
Yeah. Alright, good. That's cool.
That's good. That's really good. And then, Daniel, what's your con save?
Mine was a 7.
7? Okay, you will take 2d8 poison damage.
Okay.
As the stench just kind of wafts past your normal receptors for what you're used to. It's only 4 damage of poison though. And you will have disadvantage on your attacks and abilities checks until the end of your next turn.
Okay.
Okay, and then that is the end of its turn. So then we go to him, who will do another intelligence check. And he will try another combination, and you're going to hear a loud, "Arr!" And you just hear him just choose quite a few prime words as his turn will end. Alright. Next up, we got our Mr. Orc.
Uh-huh. You are lucky I am the type of cleric that
That's good.
I'm lucky, or your team is
I am.
lucky?
My team. Alright, so, as a bonus action, because I need to use my action for something else,
Yes.
Alright.
I'm going to do Healing Word.
Thank
Now
you.
that I, and anything like that. But because you are at
So
0 and
benevolent.
or dying, you get max health off of my cast and everything like that.
Oh
So,
my god.
So what's the
It will be D4, so you'll have 7 health,
Hey.
little man.
And you are back to consciousness. And how does that healing look?
Oh, it's just because I'm standing literally right over him, and the energy of my deity is just dripping the energies off of me into him and everything like that.
So it's like breathing during a sandstorm up here.
Yes. And then as my action, I will use my only 3rd level spell slot that I have.
All right.
Yes.
Here we go.
This
Kaiju
guy
fight.
And everything like that.
really is a kaiju.
All right.
And that ends my turn.
All right.
That's a great turn, though.
That is a good turn.
That's
All right, Mr. Officer.
All because someone wanted to fall over. I had to recline.
Because Mr. Flashy Pants.
I have to hit him again
Oh,
with
man.
the swords.
All right.
It's a 5.
5 plus 7 is 12.
Yeah.
That'll miss.
That's a 4. It's got a 5. Miss.
Yeah, that'll miss, my friend. All right.
That's gonna be the end of my turn.
You can pistol whip him.
I could.
You still have your pistol
I'll
out.
pistol whip him in. It's an 11.
An 11 plus your strength.
So plus
15, that'll hit.
That hit.
Pistol whip the corpse clot.
It does 2d4s, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we
2d4
It hit.
plus strength.
That's a 4 and a 3.
So 7 plus your strength. So 11.
11.
Smack! You miss it with your sword swipes. You're like, police brutality.
Police brutality time.
All right, for what was the total again?
Alright, was a 3 and a 4.
So
plus
11.
4. 11. Alright. I don't even remember the big number. I just remember the dice I rolled.
All right.
Pistol whip.
Have you used action surge?
I
He
have
has
it.
not.
Hey.
You did just
I
use
had
your
my
bonus
turn.
action to pistol
Yeah.
whip.
Yeah, I didn't do my turn basically, so. go for
It's
it.
all good. You have it for next time.
Next time, I'll do my damage.
All right.
Forget about that.
Back up to top of turn order with you are prone currently, but
And I need to make a save against
no, you don't. Oh, against the stench.
the
Okay.
stench, yes. 16 plus 1, so 17.
17. Yep, you're good.
Alright, how does it get an attack of opportunity with me standing?
You can choose to, if you take a free 15, yes. If you want to not, you can do an acrobatics check.
I'm just gonna take the 15, he doesn't hit me.
15, yes. Yeah, 15 he doesn't, or you can do an acrobatics check
I'll
and
just do
fail.
15, I'm not
Okay.
going anywhere. We're stuck in this, we gotta finish this fight. It's, I'm not getting away, that clump of bodies hurt.
Just throw it in.
Tries to run, you hear the familiar sound of flesh flying through the air.
Yeah, just
PTSD, just unfortunate sons just start playing in the air.
Okay,
Oh, no.
so here we go. Yes, we're going to hit it. Try to hit it. That's a abysmal 12. Does 12 hit?
12? No, it just misses.
Alright.
It matches its armor class.
Oh, that's a 1.
Die or roll. Die or roll. Die or roll. Okay, so, what's the stat used for your scimitar?
Dexterity.
Dex, so you'll take your dex score minus 2, and that's your roll.
14.
14 will hit.
Alright, we're going to hit it.
Roll that sweet bean
And
footage.
I'm going to spend the last inspiration, the last bardic inspiration.
Alright.
Can the creature move through this thing? Like, this is
Yes.
just phantasmal. Alright, so it's
Alright.
So it's gonna take 11 damage, and he's gonna move. I'm gonna use.
Don't forget your
You can
dex.
actually move a huge creature with that ability.
It is 2 sizes larger than you. If it was a large creature,
Because it just says you can use it to move a. You can push a target up to 5 feet away with you from you.
okay. So I know the wording is vague
Yeah.
here, but since it's 2 size categories bigger,
Can't.
you can't.
Can I change that then to a defensive flourish?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So it'll still do the damage, except that 8 is added to my AC.
So for a total of 14.
My AC will be now 8 plus. No, just.
Well, I'm
the
talking
bonus.
about damage.
Damage is still the same. It's still. Oh yeah.
It's
Plus
added to
3.
it.
Yes.
So
Sorry.
that's all right. So 14 damage and then 8 plus your armor class.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a 25 AC for this next turn.
All right.
And then bonus action, Mass healing word. Everyone's getting a little healing today.
Everybody needs it, probably.
That's gonna be 5. Everyone gets 5 HP.
You're just gonna hear from the control panel, "That's very nice!"
And that's all I got, guys.
Okay. Hey, no worries, you also got yourself bumped up a bit.
Yes. Oh man.
Okay. That's gonna make it his turn. And he's gonna try one more time to swing on you.
Okay, start of his turn. Let's make a wisdom saving throw.
Against that,
Yep, otherwise it'll take only half damage.
that is a 10.
So that's going to be 6. That's going to be 8. That's going to be 9 plus 3 is 12 points of necrotic damage.
12 points. Alright, so
And then it can take a swing.
however it can't. As your spirit guardian rends into this unholy flesh of this creature, it exposes essentially the core of this clot. And as it does, it takes one final swing backwards as it's pulling out and slices straight in half of this core. As you see the body itself start to crumble under itself, as it becomes nothing more than a pile of dead bodies. The final sounds made from this can only be described as a sigh of relief. And you could have sworn for a split second you heard, "Thank you," as the bodies collapse and hit the ground. You are currently out of combat.
Okay.
Give them the hands. Alright, so with that, that's a natural 20, so he'll get 2 of those locks undone. And then, as he's going, as this roll's happening, you do hear more ting, 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 as another pipe off to the side wall busts, as more bodies come out and form another zombie clot. You ended it 3 rounds before the counter went down to another clot showing up.
Oh man.
So, as that's happening with this last check, he gets that last lock undone. So, this gate will immediately drop, and we'll roll into initiative. His free action as you're going in is going to say, "Get out of here and we can close it inside this gate!" Okay, that's going to be 15 for him. Alright, Mr. Cop.
13.
13. Alright. Mr. Cleric.
3.
3. Okay.
22.
Alright. Getting real high at the end here. I'm proud of you.
Yes.
And then the clock. Dex. I only have a 13. Alright, so starting off at the top, we have our noble elf. The last thing you heard the benefactor say was, "Get out of here, we can close the gate when we do."
Okay.
How long is your spectral guardian up for? Spiritual guardian?
That's the fun part. 10 minutes.
Okay, cool. It's still there.
Yeah.
It is on the last 2 though.
I'm gonna use.
No. It's only been 18 seconds.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's still up for a good
And I
time.
can move it.
Yeah.
Bonus action, mass healing word, my last one. Get to top us all off and then head for the door. That's gonna be 4. Everyone gets 4.
I must be
All right. Back up to full.
I'm almost full.
Nice.
And then I'm getting out of dodge. I'm gonna
I
start
am full.
5, 10, 15.
Yeah, I'm taking the least amount of damage out of everybody.
30,
I mean, sanctuary.
5.
Remember, you can go diagonally. Diagonally doesn't cost you 10.
Yeah, because that's the gate though, right?
That
Yeah.
whole wall is.
Yeah, 45.
You
45.
can just run straight if you want to.
Yeah, that's probably smarter. 5, 10, 60?
Yep.
There
Okay.
we go. We are.
On the exit.
Yeah, I'm hurt.
Hey, no worries. Okay, next up we got Benefactor, who is going to use his whole turn as a run. So that's going to be 4 times movement. And he's out. And that gets him, he actually has like 10 more feet if he wants to, but he's going to stop right at the gate shut-off valve, or the gate shut valve. And he's going to say, I'm out here, as he's running. Alright. Next up, we are going to have, you got a 13, you got a 13, what's your dex?
Dex?
It's
Yep.
higher than this, I know it.
Yeah, it's like 16, I think.
Yeah, it's higher than a 10,
I
you're
think
good.
it's like it.
You're good. So yeah, you get to go before.
Awesome. I don't know if I...
You still have your giant
Alright.
form for 3 more rounds.
I'm gonna dip as fast as I can all of my turn to get out of here.
Your size did go up by 1 category, so you do actually have 10 more movement speed.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna use my entire turn to get to, like, right here, next to the door.
Oh yeah, you'll make it.
Yeah, I know for sure I'll make it. And I'm gonna get right there. Just in case.
I was gonna say, you can actually get out of it if you
You
wanted
can actually leave.
I'm gonna be right there between where the door shuts.
to.
And
Okay.
what
Anything
now
else?
Coming through this
Because you
door.
didn't actually, you only needed the dash, so you still have an action. You can shoot something if you want.
Oh, I can shoot it? I'm gonna shoot it.
You have a gun. You're an American. You should be able to put 2 and 2 together.
I forget I have a gun sometimes in D&D. I don't even know how many bullets. I shot it like twice, right?
Yeah, you still have 4 rounds.
Actually, I'm still good. I got a 12 plus.
Yeah,
3.
12 plus stuff is gonna hit.
That is 2,
And yep, as your bullets also increase that were put into the gun. So you're
Yeah.
now basically firing small cannonballs.
Let's go. If I can find the dice again.
D6s?
Yeah, I'm just blind. I can't.
It's the gambling dice.
Yeah. Really, you think we go fast?
I think they're D10s.
Yeah,
For
we
your
do
pep bucks.
10.
So 2D10 to shoot
The
it.
one that looks like this. This one.
This is a D10, right?
Yeah, that's a D10.
That's cool.
So that's a 6. So 9 plus 3, that's 12.
Yeah.
Alright,
And
starting off. You can shoot again.
then I'm gonna shoot again.
Alright,
5 plus 3. I don't think that hits.
5 plus 3, no. That's gonna miss.
You should have your proficiency added to that though.
I don't think
No, you do.
'Cause you
But
have
even
everything.
5 plus 6 is gonna miss, that's an 11.
I don't think it's
You
good.
have gunner feet, so you get to add your proficiency with guns.
Yeah.
So it's
good
still
though.
it's plus 6, but it's just still too low. Alright. That then makes it the Clot's turn.
You dare run towards this door.
He's gonna run towards
It's going
the
to
door.
assess the threats again, 1, 2, 3.
I'm surprised it doesn't see this like previous door. It's the biggest thing in the room.
Okay. It has more mentality. It doesn't really like think straight.
Okay, you are actually perceived as the least amount of threat because of the
That's
range you're
cool,
at.
alright.
You are perceived as the biggest threat, and then you are perceived as the second biggest, as you are still currently in the room.
I'm gonna get hit again, aren't I?
No.
Okay, flop of bodies.
And it is going to dash to get up to you,
Mm-hmm.
and then 2 slams.
Make wisdom.
Make wisdom because it's for 1 minute, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you still have 4 rounds left of Sanctuary. First wisdom save, that is going to be an 11. So then it's gonna.
No other target. So
It has another attack. It's gonna decide to fling a corpse at somebody
Yeah, bring it.
at the second biggest threat. So make me a strength save.
I have a 17.
Hey! Alright.
I saw it coming that time.
There we go. 17 total? Or what's the total?
That's 17 total.
It was a DC 16. You just beat it, my man!
Well, it was 17 on die.
Yeah.
That, well, 7, he only has a 10 in strength.
Oh,
It's a 17 total. He just beat it. That's a high five.
Yeah,
You're like,
I'm a-
not again!
Yeah, I'm straight dex. Just.
Ah! Alright, yeah, so that first one, and then it's gonna go, and then try to slam down with the second fist. with a 19.
You got me that time.
Well, that brings them to 18 because of the -1. Let's see if it gets you past your AC now. Nope, that's a 2 on dice. Total of 10.
Hey.
Alright. And it already used its corpse sling, so it doesn't have a bonus action now. That will end its turn. Your turn, good sir.
Yeah. That's a bonus action. Just gonna bring him right
You're gonna be like, big guy, take care of my lightweight.
here. It is undead.
It is
This
indeed.
is also the bad part about being my cleric. Sir, I'd like to rage. And I'm going to lay into this creature and scream bloody murder. It shall not live. Run, 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 run. Go, little man, go.
Okay.
And proceed to start pounding the F out of this thing.
Alright.
So that would be a 17 for
That
me.
will hit.
So that would be 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
8 points of bludgeoning damage. Alright. Okay. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Do you not have multi-attack?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Clerics
okay, because
don't?
this. Yeah, that's right.
I need
Because
another
the
buff.
split you did. I thought it was a different split.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Nope.
Alright. That will bring it back up to top of turn order. Good sir.
A gracious bow of performance, like the end of a play, and pay my respects to the orc, and step beyond the gates.
Alright. Okay. Anything else?
You can now hear orcish death chants coming from me and everything like that as I am wailing on this thing and frothing.
Here you go.
Uh,
Alright. Hands.
he's the benefactor's working on the door.
He's by the button.
By the
Like, he's
button.
about to push it.
I had my turn.
Okay. Then that's gonna bring it to the benefactor. He's gonna look at you and say, "Come on, let's get out of here. I can't pay you if you're dead."
He already hears orcish death chants coming from me. I mean, I'm loud.
Okay. He's
Yeah.
gonna look at you, and it'll use up your free action for your turns, but you can respond.
It's very defeated, but it's close the door.
This, I think he's acting out his faith.
Okay. As
Good job.
he, almost begrudgingly, as he's come to appreciate each of your skills up to this point, he slowly pushes his hand onto the button. As you hear the click, you hear the immediate whirring of gears as the first wall comes up, which is a filtering grate, and then a second wall comes up that looks to be a final stoppage crate. So if something were to happen and they had to keep essentially a dam burst from breaking out.
I'm laughing
So
as I
it's-
hear the crates going up and having a hell of a great time.
It's still visible. But as we do that, we'll go ahead and we'll go out of combat for the cinematic. And I will switch this to glorious battle as I describe what's happening. As you are fighting alongside with your spirit guardian, it's getting to the point where you feel like everything's going your way. You are tearing into this body and it's having the hardest time trying to hit you as it can't physically make contact with your spirit guardian. It's getting ripped asunder by both your attacks and the spirit guardians. But you keep hearing as more chaos, as each of you can hear more chaos happening from above ground. You hear more and more pipes bursting, more bodies slamming against the metal as more and more come pouring out as the ceiling begins to give way. What was originally a solid platform underneath you has slowly turned into a final death arena. Surrounded by rushing currents of water, you keep tearing and ripping and shredding, pounding meat into the dirt, bringing your own form of protection down upon these souls who feel trapped. And by the time your spirit guardian goes and you can finally feel your strength starting to fade, as more and more zombie clots come around, a final smile is let out, and one more battle cry. As many bodies lay around you and more come crawling towards you, you feel a slight joy in this ending, knowing that you've saved so many, but also allowed yourself to be an orc in society for once. And as the light fades from your eyes, your tusks broken, when your weapons dulled, you finally, out of any weapons that you know of, your knuckles bloodied, busted, your bones shattered, as the clots try to absorb you into their mass, trying to increase their own size. The dirt that's been on you this entire time sweeps up as your newfound allies and benefactor watch on as you let out one more guttural laughter, almost to be confused with joy itself. A burst strikes, collapsing the entire building. Though it was a strong force, when the dust hits you, you feel the wind, but it's almost like the sensation of a friend giving you one more solid handshake before walking in the opposite direction and never coming back. And with that, you have successfully won the one shot by saving the benefactor and stopping the horde from leaving the city when you left. So, congratulations. But there's still more to happen.
Oh man.
And still more story to tell. Thank you all for coming by and watching the stream. Once again, I'd like to give a shout out to our associative partners over at the Adventurers Guild of Amarillo, which you should be seeing the information popping up on the screen now. Don't be afraid to give them a call up at the number above, or if you find yourself in Amarillo and are really needing to get your comic book fix, your minis fixed for D&D, or Warhammer 40k, or many other things, Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic, Pokemon, make sure to give them a call. You can find them on eBay, as well as their Facebook community posts. Make sure to let them know that the Die Rolls sent you. And remember, even if you're not in town, they're more than willing to deal with mail work. Just give them a call. And also, one more time before we head out, Mr., or should I say, author Reed, would you like to give one more shout out for your book?
Yes. Wizard's Brew coming out May 24th. You can find it on Amazon or from the publishing website. Check it out. It's a great read.
And what's the publisher's website?
Blue Handle Publishing.
Blue Handle Publishing. All right. I'd like to thank everyone again. Thank you all for joining the very first a la carte rolls one shot for the Dire Rolls. And thank you for watching. And until next time, have a good night.